Good morning. Today is Friday, October 8th, and this is a meeting of the Virginia Redistricting Commission. I'm Greta Harris, co-chair of the commission, who will be presiding over this meeting. I want to remind members, staff, and other speakers on today's meeting of a couple of items. First, please keep your microphone muted until you're ready to speak. This improves the quality of the audio for the meeting. Before you speak, remember to unmute yourself. Also, please remember to state your name before speaking and especially before making a motion. This helps us in keeping track of what's happening. Any votes taken will be done by voice. Staff will call the roll for each vote taken. Registration for virtual public comment has closed. We do have individuals who have signed up to virtually provide public comment. Any individuals who would like to provide public comment in person at the full commission meeting may do so. We appreciate the public's participation. Such comment will be limited to 2 minutes at the discretion of the chair. I also note that members of the public who wish to comment on an agenda item may do so by sending an email to varedist@dls.virginia.gov. The comment will be posted on the division's website at virginiaredistricting.org. This meeting is being translated simultaneously in Spanish. If you would like to watch the hearing in Spanish, please send an email to varedisting2021@gmail.com. That's varedistricting2021@gmail.com. To receive a link to be admitted into the Spanish translation Zoom meeting. This is for viewing and listening only and not for providing comment. And I would ask if Mindy or Esmel from the communications team have any additional instructions for translations?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning. This is Mindy Carlin. For those who would like to listen in Spanish, they should who are on the Zoom call, they may click the translation globe at the bottom of their screen and select the Spanish option.
Okay. So hopefully everyone has those instructions. And again, for members of the public who would like to comment on today's meeting, the email address is varedist@dls.virginia.gov. If we could get the roll call for attendance, please. And if folks could please put their devices on mute, we greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Brenio?
Present.
Mr. Feliciano?
Here.
Mr. Harrell?
Here.
Mr. Hutchins?
Present. Present.
Mr. Kumar?
Here.
Ms. Thornton?
Here.
Delegate Adams?
Here.
Senator Barker?
Here.
Senator Locke? Senator McDougal?
Here.
Delegate McQuinn? Delegate Ransom? Here. Senator Stanley?
Here.
Delegate Simon?
Here.
Ms. Babachenko?
Here.
Ms. Harris?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Claire.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator Barker.
just real quickly, Senator Locke and Delegate McQuinn are at a meeting at the library, state library. They should be here within about an hour.
Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate that update. Okay, we have a full agenda today, even though it only has 4 items. And as has been the history of this commission, we are sort of adapting and having a new type of agenda. We are moving the public comment period up to the top of the agenda so that citizens can get on with their day, but they first have the opportunity to share their ideas and concerns with the commission. I believe we have 40 individuals who have signed up to speak. So we're going to try to move that through a pretty fast clip. We also are going to be having some dialogue after we hear the public comment period around I guess, correspondence that we've gotten from a couple of different legislators around our processes. We have some data and we have some definitions that we need to sort of hopefully have agreement on. And then the bulk of our day, maybe evening, will be on trying to get to a single map for the House of Delegates and a single map for the State Senate. That is our goal for the day. So with that, I think we may have people here in the audience in person, and we'll start with them if they want to give public comment, and then we'll go to our virtual participants. So is there anyone in the audience this morning that would like to make a comment to the commission? Good morning.
As you probably know by now, my name is Liz White.
Hold on one second, Liz. Hold on. I'm trying to hit the right buttons here.
Thank you.
Okay, can you test it and see if we can hear you better?
Hello? Is it testing?
I think that's working. Okay, go
The
ahead.
light screen. Oh, there it is.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Good morning again. As you probably know by now, my name is Liz White. I'm the Executive Director of One Virginia 2021. At this point, the commission can choose to go one of three ways. One, you can decide there's just no way to work together for a single set of maps and let the Supreme Court of Virginia establish the plans for the next 10 years. And although this made the last decade's gerrymandered maps more palatable after the Bethune-Hill and Person-Hubbella rulings, it would mean that the hours and weeks and months that you all have dedicated to this work would have yielded no product. We strongly urge you to make this option your last resort. Two, you can opt to take the 2-week extension offered to you by the Constitution, realizing that this means you only get one shot at passing the maps through the General Assembly, and that the timeline puts the deadline for the legislature's vote just a day or two before the November elections, something this commission has explicitly said it would like to avoid if possible. Three, you can come together right now, today, this weekend, and do what the commission was created to do: establish legislative maps that fairly and accurately represent the Commonwealth of Virginia. If we may humbly offer some advice as you begin this final phase of your important work, it would be to lean heavily on the data you have before you. This can help you push through any potential impasse. Since I last spoke to you, you have completed a series of 8 regional hearings to get feedback about the current drafts. This brings the total number of opportunities for the citizens to speak directly to the commission to over 50, not to mention written comments and feedback directly on the draft maps. So you have a lot of information. You've received analysis from the Princeton Gerrymandering Project, the Virginia Public Access Project, and as of this morning, Moon Duchin and the Metric Geometry and Gerrymandering Group. In addition to the nonpartisan analyses of draft maps, you also have data from recent elections and the demographic shifts outlined in the U.S. Census. All of this taken together can guide you to a solution that is workable, equitable, and fair. It can help you accurately represent the Virginia of this decade. The members of this body, the DLS staff, and thousands of advocates have worked too hard and far too long for you to give up now. I hope you'll prove to Virginia voters that you are up for the task at hand. We haven't lost hope that you can come together, and neither should you. As usual, thank you for your time today, and good luck with the work ahead of you.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you for the pep talk. Greatly appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay. I'm going to go down the list here. And as a suggestion in an email that I got this morning from Chris DeRosa, I'm going to call 2 or 3 people in order just so that folks will know that they're up next. And so thank you, Chris, for that recommendation. So first up will be Alinda Coates, and then Beth Pusha and Beverly Walkup. So Alinda Coates, Beth Pusha, and Beverly Walkup will be our first 3 speakers. And Shay, is Ms. Coates on the line?
Yes, she is, but the other two aren't.
Okay. Ms. Coates?
Good morning. I was really surprised. I didn't know that I was going to have to speak. This is my first time coming to a hearing like this, so I would just like to not say anything. I'm here to learn,
Okay.
and I'm new to the Virginia area. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's no problem. It's a little confusing when you're signing up. We're happy to have you listen on. Okay, if Ms. Pusha and Ms. Walkup are not on the line, then the next three will be Cameron Patterson, Chandra Gore, and Chuck Tyler. So Cameron Patterson, are you on the line?
He is not, ma'am.
Okay,
Chandra Gore is.
okay. Ms. Gore, welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Okay. Good morning. My name is Chandra Gore. I'm from Stafford, Virginia, and I come here on behalf of the Virginia State Conference of the NAACP. I just want to say that Virginia is currently a national leader in open and fair elections. The recent passing of the Virginia Voter Rights Act and the creation of this redistricting commission are important steps to expand the access to vote in Virginia. However, we must not become complacent and forget the long history in the state of racialized voter discrimination and disempowerment. I come here today to urge that this commission to remember this and this often not so distant history and ensure that the redistricting process is both transparent and fair. I actually am out on the boots to the ground, encouraging others to vote and be a part of the process. I'm sorry. And so that's the thing I would like for everyone to remember as we move forward with this.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Is Chuck Tyler here?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How about Claudia Gray?
No, ma'am.
Okay, the next couple of people would be Diana Sunkens or and Donald Craig. Diana Sunkens and Donald Craig.
Neither are here.
Okay, hold on. All right, the next couple of people are Dr. Shirley August, Edward Strickler, and F. Tucker. Dr. August, are you on the line?
Yes, I am on the line.
Okay, thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. As the reason I am online is because of the fact I just simply want to remind everybody that the election is coming, and if we are going to be doing any redistricting, we need to take into consideration the reference to the people that are running for the election and how that is going to impact them if they win. Are they going to have to run again? And then also we have to look at all of the voter suppression that is taking place and making sure that the way we are redistricting, that we're not just segregating all of the areas again. We've come a long way, and I'd hate to see us to go back. Virginia is definitely progressing, and I would like to see us continue to progress. But Annette, I'm also here to learn and see what we are going to do, and praying and hoping that Virginia continues to grow in a positive way to build unity and not division.
Thank you very much, Dr. August. I really appreciate your comments. Next, we have Edward Strickler, F. Tucker, Gary Holland. Mr. Strickler, are you on the line?
None of those are here, ma'am.
Okay, keep going. Georgia Allen, Gloria, and then Hope Cupid. Are any of those individuals on the line?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and this is a list for today, Shay, that we're going through?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all righty. Next folks are Jackie Bibby, James, and then James Minor. Are any of those individuals on the line?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, we have Jean Monroe, Joan Tarpley Robinson, Johnette Daniel.
No, ma'am.
I don't quite understand what's going on here, but okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Senator Stanley, did they know that public comment would be taken up front? Maybe sometimes people think to come at the end, and we may want to revisit this or move this down the agenda to give them a chance whenever they do show up.
Okay, we may come back, we'll go through the list, and then we may need to do that later on this afternoon. That's fine. Okay, how about Shay, you tell me who's on the line? That may be more efficient.
Yes, ma'am. John Morgan. Wait, sorry. Robert Barnett.
Hold on, okay, Robert, okay, Mr. Barnett,
Yes, good morning.
good morning, welcome.
My name is Robert Barnett. I'm the president of the Virginia State Conference NAACP. First of all, I'd just like the chair and the commission to know that I was present on Saturday, October 2nd, but was not promoted out of the waiting room to speak. So given that, I'll give my comments for today. The Virginia State Conference NAACP is concerned that the maps that the commission thus far has produced does not provide Black Virginians equal opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. For example, in the commission's first joint statewide Senate map labeled C2, there appears to be backsliding from the present opportunities that Black voters have under the map that has been in effect since 2011. In particular, we see that there are only 3 majority Black Senate districts. This is a reduction from the existing 5 majority Black Senate districts. All 4 of Virginia's Black state senators were elected from majority Black districts, and no Black state senator was elected from a non-majority Black district. The commission proposed statewide Senate plan raises several questions. For example, why does the map include only 3 majority Black Senate districts? Is the commission aware that it has reduced the number of majority Black Senate districts by 40%? Did the commission consider Black Virginians' ability to elect Senate candidates of their choice? How? Is the commission concerned at all about providing Black Virginians with equal opportunities to elect Senate candidates of their choice? Madam Chair, these are the statements coming from the Virginia State Conference NAACP. Thank you very much and good luck in your deliberations today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnett, and we apologize for the technical difficulties from last week, but glad you got in today. Ms. Capers, are there any other speakers currently in the waiting room?
Yes, ma'am. We have Jean Monroe.
Okay, yep, great. Ms. Monroe, please share your comments. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you so much for spending time for your public service and providing us with adequate and great redistricting for our political people. And I appreciate you, and I thank you for allowing me to come to these sessions and to learn how this work, because this is my first time. And I thank each and every one of you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the the support. Not easy work at all, but we appreciate your support. Ms. Capers, is there anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. We have Richard Zimmerman.
Okay. Mr. Zimmerman, welcome.
Hello. Let's see. I'm Rick Zimmerman. I retired to Chesapeake. I'm a retired Fairfax County Public Schools High School Virginia history and government teacher. I'm a Viet vet Marine raised from elementary school in Virginia. As Korea War vet, Governor Doug Wilder said, I am a son of Virginia. That's how I self-identify. I read the guidelines from the Commission, 1 Virginia 2021, the League of Women Voters, and the NAACP. All are good and importantly so. And I've crafted my own Plan 164 for 11 compact congressional districts using precincts with a margin of 6,000 in each to round boundaries to the pre-K-5 school attendance zones that I think are so important. Precincts have funny fingerlings, and they are drawn for voting machines and voter turnout parking lots, not for people in neighborhoods. I'd like to express my overall impressions for the Commission contractor maps, A7, B6, A5, and B4. I don't understand how several of them can meet the Commission's requirement for districts that are compact, account for their recognized communities of interest in the U.S. Census SMAs by locality, commerce, commuting, banking, and industry. And C, respect our localities' pre-K-5 schools for young childhood education at the granular level, as I think the Commission has said. So for one example, more available on request, the A5 map sausage for Senate District 8 runs along the Potomac River to cut across the entire breadth of 2 adjacent counties end to end, combining residential settlements separated by the Marine Corps Quantico Station. And it cuts across portions of 3 high school attendance zones in Fairfax and portions of 4 in Prince William County. As I've testified before, a delegate or a state senator should be able to visit the high schools of his district for on a Friday Night Lights football game, and you can't visit 7.
Mr. Zimmerman, can you sort of wrap up your comments, please, within the time limit?
Yes.
Thank you
what
so
time?
much.
What time is left?
Like 30 seconds. How about that?
Okay. Yeah. Virginia courts have admitted several tests of compactness. The Commission has undoubtedly required a Virginia test of compactness for its maps. Any map with a district variance must have a rationale. Contractor rationales must stand up to the inevitable court reviews, which will be defended there at taxpayer expense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Appreciate your participation. Ms. Capers, are there other speakers?
Yes, ma'am. We have Joyce Coleman.
Great. Ms. Coleman, welcome. Ms. Coleman, can you unmute yourself, please?
Good morning, and I had planned to speak this morning. I just wanted to listen in. Thank you for the opportunity, though.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. All right. Thank you. Ms. Capers, anyone else?
Karen Camplin.
Okay, what was that last name again?
Camplin.
Okay. Well,
Hi, good morning. Hi, good morning. My name is Karen Campbell, and I'm calling from Fairfax County, Virginia. I am the current Environmental and Climate Justice Committee Chair for the Virginia State Conference and AACP. And thank you for having me here today. I understand what this commission is going through. It's a very enormous task ahead of the commission. And we're going through this throughout the Commonwealth, and I am actively involved in the redistricting process here in my hometown, Fairfax County. So I truly understand all that you have to try and balance in order to come up with fair and accurate mapping during this redistricting process. I come here to urge the commission to ensure this redistricting process is not only fair, but it's transparent. And we're at a crucial crossroads in which we can make sure that we correct the discriminatory practices of packing, gerrymandering, or cracking that had occurred in the past and has stymied and negatively impacted communities of color. We ask that the commission remember its commitment to ensuring the voters of color do not have their democratic power diluted. We ask that the commissioners maintain majority minority districts, again, without packing or cracking our Black voters or voters of color. And we ask that the commission remember Virginia's long history of racial discrimination in voting. Virginia has historically and actively kept Black voters from voting through the use of poll taxes, literary tests, and grandfather clauses. We understand that these are long gone and are part of history, Virginia's dark past, but this redistrict processing is a way in which we can reconcile the past and together build a future where everybody has one voice, one vote. So I understand the enormous task ahead of you, but we ask that this process ensures a fair, transparent, and accountable voting practice for everyone moving forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pamplin. We appreciate your counsel and comments. Ms. Capers, who is next?
The last two are Diana Sunkens and Yvonne McIntyre.
Okay, Ms. Sunkens, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I apologize I missed you all earlier. I'm actually working from home, so I was trying to, get in and out quickly. But this is my first time being a part of anything like this. I'm actually a member of the Suffolk NASMN chapter of the NAACP. I've been a member for maybe 2 years. But like I said, this is my first time attending anything like this. So I was just looking to kind of listen and get an idea of, how everything works. But I'm definitely hoping as a member of the NAACP to get my local community educated, on the political process, because a lot of us aren't very political in layman's terms. But I'm hoping that my attendance, I can get more people to join meetings like this so that we're aware of the redistricting process as a whole and how it affects our community, especially the Black community. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to listening to the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sunkens. Glad that you're here. And our last speaker, and Ms. Capers, I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
Yvonne McIntyre.
Ms. McIntyre, welcome.
Yes. Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a member of the Arlington, Virginia NAACP, and like several other people, this is the first time that I've had the opportunity to participate in
la oportunidad de participar
the redistricting process.
En el proceso de redistribución.
Ms. McIntyre, please stop. Gilka, we are hearing the Spanish translation. So Mindy, can you please correct that so we can hear Ms. McIntyre in full? Okay. Hopefully that's been corrected. We are translating in Spanish, and sometimes we've had some technical difficulties. I'm sorry, Ms. McIntyre. Can you please continue?
Yes, thank you very much. As I said, it's the first time I've participated in this process.
Esta es la primera vez que yo estoy participando.
The Spanish translation is still happening?
It is. Hold on one second. Mindy, can you please try to correct that situation? Can you let me know what's going on?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
well, they're working on that. If I could, I think our first in-person testimony from Liz White referenced some data that we'd received from Moon Duchin and some others. I haven't seen any of that, so I'm not sure who it was sent to. I'd love to get a look at it. She said that as if we all had it, and I certainly haven't seen it anywhere.
We'll get to that. I just want to finish up this one public comment. Mindy, are we good?
Yeah, Ms. Harris, I need to do a few quick sound checks to make sure that we're good. I can't interact with her without everyone hearing. So if you could bear with me for just a few moments, please.
Yes, quickly.
Gilka? Can you hear me, Gilka? Okay. Gilka, please make sure that you're on the Spanish channel. Can you say testing 1, 2, 3 right now? Okay. Ms. Harris, could you hear her say testing 1, 2, 3?
We did not.
Okay. I think we should be good now.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize.
All right. Thank you, Mindy. Ms. McIntyre, I apologize. Please start over or continue with your comments, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Basically, I have to say that I have two concerns. One is the what looks like the reduction in the majority African American Senate representation that's going to be represented by the proposed maps. The other thing that I have is much more local. I live in South Arlington, and my understanding is that they're drawing the map along Columbia Pike, which is a very diverse area of Arlington, to sort of split the vote into separate districts, which I think would really dilute the vote and possibly turn that from what would probably be a majority minority district into districts that would not be so. And those were the two concerns that I would like to express. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I think over this past week, we have hundreds of pages of comments from citizens, and honestly, we're grateful for that. And that helps to inform how we do our map making. So, Ms. Capers, is there anyone else in the waiting room?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this point, for right now, we'll close down the public comment period. And as Senator Stanley recommended, maybe later on in the day, I guess we should pick a time, though, so people would know. Okay, yeah, well, that's a great idea. So we'll check back around the 11 and then maybe at 4, and just see if people are in the waiting room to see if they would like to give comment. Okay. So moving on to item number 3, commission-driven discussion of public hearings and other public comments. So first and foremost, as Delegate Simon did ask a question, I have received multiple emails over the last day or so, including from Todd Gilbert, from Senator Barker, Moon Duchin, and did everyone receive these different emails? No? Okay. You did?
I got the Delegate Gilbert one, but not anything from Senator Barker.
Okay. All right. Meg, can I ask you a technical question here? Yep. So the letter from Senator Barker and the letter from, is it Delegate Gilbert? Delegate Gilbert. Is there a way that we can share those with all commission members and even post them on the website?
Well, Delegate Gilbert's letter, I believe, was sent to all of you, so you all should have that.
Okay.
And it will be included with public comment, is how we're
Okay.
treating other letters that we've gotten from legislators. And then Senator Barker's memo, and then the response from Council, well, Kareem and Jerry, I have copies of to distribute when it came up.
Okay, I think we're ready for
Okay.
those. And then is that the collection of public comment that you have in your hand there?
No, this is the copies of the Barker memo.
Oh, it is.
request for a
Okay,
memo.
there we go. All right, so if we could distribute the Senator Barker's memo, we'll take these one at a time, and then Delegate Gilbert's letter. And I believe Dr. Creighton is, well, let me ask, sorry, Meg, was Dr. Creighton's response included in that? Okay, all right. Shaded gray. Okay. All right. So we'll give everyone a couple of minutes to receive these and then and review them. Thank you very much. And is this posted as well, or it will be?
We can post it.
Yep, if we could post that, that would be great too. So as we're reviewing this document, and it will be posted shortly on the commission's website, Senator Barker, as I read through this, I think in some ways, and I'll let you clarify, I think this goes to the question of defining and again, majority districts are pretty well defined in the courts as being, I think, 50% or more African American. But the question becomes the definition of minority coalition districts and minority opportunity districts, where the percentage of persons of color in a particular district is less than, maybe it's at 50, it could be less than 50%, but still allow persons of color to elect a representative of their own choice. That's what I'm sort of, it's trying to get to clarifying that, but I think if you could sort of walk us through that would be great. What you're trying to, the questions that you're asking, because I think that has quite a big influence on how we approach the integration of the variety of different maps that we have to have a single House and single Senate map. So I'll turn it over to you,
Madam
Senator
Chair.
Barker.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator McDougal.
Before we get to that, if I'm having just received this now, I think you indicated that there's been response in the shaded sections from.
I'm not really good with the copier machine, and so I have only given you guys one side of several pages and not the other side, so that's my apology, and we'll go get you the complete copies here in a second.
My question is, was this sent to both sets of attorneys, and do we have replies from both attorneys, or was it only sent to who?
Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Madam Co-Chair and Senator,
Brian Tyson. I apologize. I received this as I was getting on the plane last night in Atlanta and was not able to get a written response ready. I have prepared some verbal responses for you, but don't have a written document.
Okay.
And Dr. Creighton?
Yes, Kareem Creighton here. Just for the record, we also received it last night, and we shared our responses with the co-chairs and council this morning. So we are sort of similarly situated, and I think working hard to try to provide answers, all of us, to the questions, important ones that Senator Barker's offered.
Madam Chairman, I wasn't critical of the timeframes and appreciate that everybody was working late at night and early in the morning. I just want to know what we had on the sheet.
Okay, so why don't we ask the author of the original memo to sort of walk us through it, because I think it is relevant to our discussion later on today. So Senator Barker, and I think Meg, we are getting new copies that will be the complete version of the document. So Senator Barker?
Yes, just to go through what the issue is. We've spent a lot of time dealing with the issue of race and black majorities and those types of things, and I think it's very helpful to get us to the point where we're trying to do something to address these issues here. And I think overall we have a good understanding of what the issues are as it relates to a single race, African Americans basically being that in this particular case, and also then the coalition or districts that have been talked about. This does not deal with the coalition districts. This deals only with the single race districts.
Okay, hold on one second. Two things. One, we're not seeing Senator Barker on the screen, on the TV. And also, Senator Barker, if you could speak really closely to your mic so people can hear you. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll try to be there with as close so everybody can hear me. So actually, part of what we have dealt with here is, and we heard just from the testimony today, is issues of 5 versus 3 majority African American districts. I think those actually have been adjusted so that there are 5 districts rather than just the 3 that initially showed up, because that was what was in place given the changes in population between 2011 and 2020. But also one of the issues so I began working actually several weeks ago in terms of trying to see whether we could create a 6th minority controlled district in Virginia here. And I focus specifically on the situation in the greater Richmond area, and particularly on the city of Richmond and Chesterfield County. And also, I went through the information that we had from the last decade and what the courts did. And the courts first declared the congressional districts racially gerrymandered, and they ended up, and what you had was, we had the 3rd congressional district, which has been held for a long time by Senator Bobby Scott, Congressman Bobby Scott, and he was senator in the state senate before that, but that wasn't the point here. And I think his district was around 56% African American there. And what happened was the court said that was not necessary for their African American residents to be able to elect a candidate of their choice. When the General Assembly did not draw districts to adjust that, and so the court took it upon itself to do that. What they did was they came up with 2 districts that provided African Americans the opportunity to do that. One was the 3rd district, but they reduced it by about 10 percentage points from roughly 56% down to roughly 46% that were African American voting age population there. And then created a 2nd district, the 4th congressional district, which is now held by Donald McEachin, who also was the state senator prior to being elected to Congress. And that district is, I think, around 42, 43, somewhere along in there in that district. So both of those districts are an effective districts for African Americans to be able to control the outcome. And I think probably in both the primary and the general elections. And what you have is a situation where they have the ability to make either of those districts more than 50% African American, but drew two districts that were between 40 and I think 47% there that were African American voters. So there was not, even though it was a districts that could have been drawn to have majorities, what the court determined was that it was not necessary to do that, and so they came up with lower figures. So one of the questions then becomes, can we do the same? Could we do the same thing here and under the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act? In addition, on the House of Delegates districts, there were 12 districts that had been designated as majority African American. All of them were over 55% African American. 11 of the 12 were found to be unconstitutional. The 75th district in the South Side area was found to be appropriate given the extent of racially polarized voting and other factors such as the prison populations in that area. But of the 11 other districts, when the court redrew the districts, and again, the General Assembly did not pass a map that adjusted those districts, when the court redrew the districts, 4 of the districts were taken from over 55% to less than 50%. A couple that were, I think one was 45, one was about 47, and the other 2 were 40 and 41%. So the courts in both situations determined that, at least in some circumstances, even though you had districts that had been drawn well above 50%, you did not have to have the district in the end be that significant, have that higher percentage. So what I did was I went through to see whether we could come up with a district that would be majority African American voting age population, and took a good bit of the city of Richmond, which actually was going down in African American population during the last decade. It went from 52% to about 43%. And then basically took the area in Chesterfield County, sort of around the southwest border of the city of Richmond, and take that into Chesterfield County, but not all the way across Chesterfield County. And with that, I was able to come up with over 50% voting age AP Black population there. And so then on, I guess, what's being handed out now, there are 4 questions that I felt was important, so I asked the co-chairs and sent it to the staff as well to contact the councils for the two sets of councils to have their responses on that, see what they would do. And given that I was just giving this to them, yesterday, it's reasonable for them to be able to do it in writing if they could, but also reasonable, for Mr. Tyson to be able to respond directly or verbally on it. That's fine with me. I have no problem with that at all. So that's sort of the question and that we would have there. And interestingly, even though this area had not been an area that had been designated for a majority African-American district 10 years ago, there's been a lot of population growth in Chesterfield County. There's been actually a fair amount of population growth in Richmond City. There's been a significant, and the percentage of the population in Chesterfield that's African-American has gone up, although it's gone down in Richmond. And so that's sort of the dynamics of everything, and I was able to come up with a map that pretty readily met the test of getting to the 50%. And actually, interestingly, the concern often sometimes in these situations is if you have too many people there, you're wasting a lot of blacks, is sort of the terminology that's often used and their votes there. And in this case, I was surprised to find that when I finished with the map, that the Democratic vote totals in that district in every election for which we had election results were higher than any of the other districts that have been drawn by either map maker here. So,
okay,
at 79.7%. So it's a very high figure. So,
okay, all right. Thank you, Senator Barker. So everyone has now been handed the full copy of the memo, and the highlighted areas, Meg, represent what? Are those answers or the? Okay.
Yes, that's their response, the one side's response.
Okay, all right. So why don't we maybe walk through and acknowledging that both council just received this last night. Dr. Creighton, could you maybe walk us through your answers, and then Brian, you walk us through yours, or responses, not answers, but responses to the memo, please?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. This is Kareem Creighton. Just wanted to ask, would you like us to go through the entire memo or question by question?
I think question by question may be easier for people to digest, and we also got a request from the translators. Two things. One, please speak closely into your mic so that everyone can hear, and to slow down, hold on, and slow down your speaking so that it will make it easier for the translation to happen, okay? So,
assignment rule.
I don't know what you guys are saying. Okay, anyhow, all right, thank you. And we ask that the commission try to keep their comments to themselves until such time that they're speaking to the public. Thank you. Dr. Creighton, please take us through question by question. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat question one. I imagine the public would want to hear what the question is, and then I'll describe what our response is without reading it word per word.
Okay, thank you.
The question is, although the actions taken to draw districts with less than voting age population majorities of African Americans were done by the courts, what would we have to do to draw a new district with less than 50%, even though we could have a majority if needed? So this scenario is, I think, posing the question, if you could draw a majority black district, are there circumstances in which you wouldn't? And our approach, as you may recall from our earlier discussions, is that we first need to establish two things. One, in the area that's at issue, does Section 2 have play? And by that we mean, is this a place where there is racially polarized voting such that candidates preferred by, in this case, African Americans, and given the question, usually lose the election? You have to prove, obviously, the other two parts of Jingles, cohesion and being, numerically large, geographically compact as well. But if you can show that, the entitlement under Section 2 is to have a district in which you have an equal opportunity to elect a candidate. Our view is that that does not necessarily mean that the district that is remedying the potential problem has to be above 50% African American. And to draw that point home, if we can show evidence that below 50% African Americans can be effective in electing a candidate of choice, it may be permissible under the circumstances to draw that level below in response to a potential Section 2 issue. So just because you can, is our view, arithmetically, does not mean necessarily that you should. We understand that there's another view that's been expressed about that, but our view, we think, as I think Senator Barker's memo expresses, observes that the special master in the Bethune-Hill case in remedying constitutional violations understood that the necessary analysis was to determine what the level of equal political opportunity for minority voters was. And as he points out, Senator Barker did, in 4 of the 11 districts that the special master addressed, he brought those black voting age percentages down from above 50% to below 50%, which we believe is consistent with the theory we just offered you. Just because you can mathematically does not mean that you should. And in fact, if you do it without justification, you run afoul potentially of an equal protection violation, very similar to the one that got Virginia in trouble last time in Bethune-Hill.
Okay, so, all right, Brian?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Brian Tyson. So I think it's important to remember that we kind of have to zoom out. What are we trying to avoid here, right? Under the Constitution, you cannot draw primarily based on race. So if race predominates in the decision-making for a district, kind of regardless of where that is, you've got a problem with the Constitution. there is established precedent that if you need to deviate from your criteria, keeping jurisdictions whole, communities of interest, whatever that might be, to comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, you can consider race as a much higher factor in that process, and that's the key really here. So in terms of if you can draw a district with less than 50%, you can always draw a district that's less than 50% if you're just drawing using your criteria. The question is, does Section 2 require the district? That's where you can then consider race at a higher factor. If you consider race as the predominant factor, it makes the decisions, you're cutting jurisdictions, you're doing all these things in service of a racial goal. That is a violation of the Constitution if it's not required by Section 2. And so that's what we're trying to get at, and essentially that's where we were on Bethune-Hill. You didn't have to do the things that were done to comply with Section 2. That is a different question from what a court can do to remedy a plan after it finds a Section 2 violation. So I think that just in terms of what you're looking at, if you draw a district of less than 50%, you could go over 50%. The answer is, if it would violate Section 2 to not draw a district that's a majority-minority, which would mean that it's a majority of a single race, under our view, that there is a regular defeating of the candidate of choice in the minority community. If those things are happening, then you must draw a majority-minority district in that area. If those things are not happening, then there's not a requirement under Section 2 that you draw that district. And then if you used race as your predominant factor in drawing the district, you would be walking into a constitutional violation.
Madam Chair.
Hold on one second. Mr. Brenio, Senator McDougal, and then Dr. Creighton.
Mr. Tyson, you said that race cannot predominate.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You're saying as an absolute, race cannot predominate, even if there's racial polarized voting, ever. It can't predominate at all.
No, Commissioner, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that race cannot predominate. That if you use race as the predominant factor in drawing a plan, then you must have a compelling government interest to justify that use of race in that category. The Supreme Court has always assumed, without deciding, that Section 2 compliance is such a compelling interest, along with Section 5 when it was in force in Virginia previous to the 2013 decision in Shelby County.
Okay, and we're operating on that assumption that Section 2 compliance is a compelling reason, correct?
That's correct.
I just want to be clear about it. Thank you.
Okay, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I'm a couple questions, and I think these are for Dr. Creighton since it's his reply. What I was looking down through, what is a reconstituted election return? There was a couple questions I had about what some of the language meant. That was one of them.
Okay.
Corinne Creighton here. Senator McDougal, reconstituted election return, by definition, is essentially taking a statewide election and using within the district that is being proposed an estimate of what the support is for either a set of candidates, in this case, a black preferred candidate. The practical matter is you've seen reconstituted election results in looking at the racially polarized voting study that Dr. Palmer offered. That was the same kind of evidence that was used by the special master in making an assessment as to whether or not the districts that are proposed are effective in giving minority groups, or racial minorities, the ability to elect at an equal level, which is what federal law calls for.
So, Madam Chairman, I guess that goes to the letter that I saw this morning, maybe it was last night, referencing concern about using election data that has centralized absentee, because then it doesn't go to polling unless you're having the entire jurisdiction. But Dr. Creighton, the other question I had along with this, you referenced Republicans drew the 2011 map. Were you aware that in the Senate, the Republicans did not draw that? It was Senator Barker and the Senate Democrats, and I don't know about others, but I voted no on all of it and had nothing to do with these districts because they didn't look like what I wanted them to look like. Senator Barker probably heard that from me in 2011 more than once, which he's nodding yes. So for the record, he agrees that I didn't like them then either. Are you aware of that?
Senator, I will stipulate that not all Republicans were participating in this map draw, but I think it's fair to say that it was defended by Republicans. And I won't go into who the Republicans were, but the point was that's less relevant than what was done on behalf of the state. I also wanted to just be clear about something. We had a conversation as a commission with council about the elections that we would use in this analysis. And in all of those elections that we used, we actually were aware of the central absentee ballot issue and took that into account. And again, the elections that we're pointing out as most relevant are the same elections that the special master and the Eastern District of Virginia court used in analyzing what was an effective level of political opportunity given the district makeup that was chosen.
Madam Chairman, I just want to be very, very clear on this. In 2011, Senate Democrats were in control of the Senate. House Republicans were in control of the House. Between the two of them, they came up with maps. I voted no, was not able to have an impact on it, but it was definitely not the Senate Republicans that had the opportunity to influence what occurred in those maps. So the two legislative bodies got together and passed it, and it came out of the General Assembly, Senate Democrats voting yes, and House, I guess it was House Republicans voting yes. I don't know what the House votes were, but it was party lines on the Senate.
Yep, that seems to be the ongoing issue of being on party lines. Okay, Dr. Creighton, did you have a response from Mr. Tyson?
Just a further clarification. I think it's important to remember as we're talking about this, the difference between taking race into account and having race be the predominant factor. And I think the definition that Brian offered wasn't far off at all, where race takes over beyond other traditional redistricting principles. That is an instance where the court in past cases has found that race predominates. So as last time, Senator McDougal, I take your point, where the Virginia General Assembly decided in its wisdom to create districts to say we all want to have this percentage of African Americans, data be damned. That's an instance where race as such predominates over other factors. Another example where a district does not take into account, I think Brian's right in this description, where race takes over questions like other considerations that a commission or any decision maker makes about how districts ought to be drawn. If you decide in this district, but not any other districts, we're going to cross county lines and forget local jurisdictions, that is an arguable place where race may predominate. I'll just point out in this map, it's not quite clear at all to me that any district that's been raised actually stands out as one that doesn't follow considerations. Every one of the districts has racial data attached to it. That's normal and what you would want to have to make sure that you're complying with Section 2. However, it's also clear that when you do take race into account and you're following other district criteria, that is perfectly in keeping with what the normal course of district drawing is, and that's, I don't know any case to the contrary on that and on that particular point. So I just want to make that point clear. And lastly, just to point out, we've been talking very specifically about a question related to federal law, and I think you've heard a fair recitation of the different views about the Voting Rights Act. I don't want us to lose track of Virginia law. We've said this before, it's important to bear out again, that separate and apart what you might do with respect to protecting political opportunity with respect to Section 2, with awareness of the Equal Protection Clause always at play, there's still a commitment in Virginia's Constitution and in Virginia's Voting Rights Act to, where practicable, craft districts that reflect political opportunity for racial minority groups. We believe that that means in practice, if it is practicable to draw a district that has political opportunity, effective political opportunity as we would define it, between 40 and 50% minority, where there's some evidence, same evidence that special master used for political effectiveness, we think that you should draw that district. It taking other factors into account. That is not where race predominates, but it takes into account a pretty high level priority that the commission agreed to early on. Federal law in the Constitution, the state law in the Constitution, and that includes the directive I just described.
Thank you, Dr. Creighton. All right, Delegate Simon, Mr. Kumar, and then Mr. Tyson.
Yeah, I think Dr. Creighton said a lot of what I was going to say. Just real quickly, I think to summarize, I think what I've heard is that Senator Barker's point is we're being told we can't draw districts between 40 and 50%, yet that's exactly what the court did in Bethune-Hill. And so I heard Mr. Tyson say, well, it's different when you're remedying than when you're drawing initially. I don't know that I agree with that. I'd like to hear more about why that would be. I mean, it seems to me if Bethune-Hill said, hey, here's what you did wrong, here's how to fix it, the next time we get together to draw maps, we ought to fix it and get it right in the first instance. So I think that's sort of what Senator Barker is suggesting with all this, and if that's where we're trying to get, that's where I think we should be.
All right, Mr. Kumar?
Yeah, that was a lot of my point as well. I wanted to get clarification on Mr. Tyson's interpretation or position here. If, you know, the big issue that Senator Barker raised, and I think it's timely, do we have to go over 50% for these, or can we go lower? The court said you cannot and should not, in some cases, go over, but I'm hearing Mr. Tyson say, well, it's okay for the court to say that, but it's illegal for us or any map drawers or legislative body to do it beforehand. Only the court could do it after, which doesn't make sense to me, because then the courts are saying, okay, well, you have to keep failing and then kick it back to the courts every time, which I can't imagine the courts would want.
All right, Mr. Tyson?
Yes, thank you, commissioners. So I may have been less than clear. So let me be very clear on this point. If you're drawing using your standard criteria and a district is between 40 and 50% appears in the process, that is totally fine. Just like if a coalition district appears or anything else, that's not an issue at all. Where we have an issue is if we go in with an intent to get a racial outcome, and that's the concern. So in Bethune-Hill, you had a constitutional challenge where the courts, where the legislature had drawn districts one way with a racial goal. The court said no, that was not required by the Section 5 standard at the time, and then created districts that did not kind of match that racial goal. So again, there was not a compelling state interest to justify the race focus that happened at that point. That's what the court was saying. So the concern is if you as a commission go in and say, we are going to draw these districts at plus 40%, that is our goal to get to plus 40% or a certain number of those districts, and you're doing that based on a racial calculus, that's where the concern is about the Equal Protection Clause and possibly having a constitutional problem. To Dr. Creighton's point in terms of the Virginia law issues, I think it's important to remember that when we're getting into these questions of minority opportunity districts, as they've been titled, they're really influence districts because we're calling them effective when they reach a particular goal of electing a particular party's candidate. And so I think it's important to remember there are also obligations about partisan fairness in Virginia law and working through that process. So all of these things fit together. You as the commission have to decide this, but the key point is if you're drawing primarily based on race to achieve a racial goal, and there's no compelling state interest that justifies that, that's where you're walking into a problem with your district plans.
And Mr. Tyson, we know that Virginia's population has grown significantly, and a lot of that population growth has been communities of color. And so you just stated that you can't draw a district using race to elect a certain party. That's not the goal that we're talking about here. We're talking about just trying to allow communities of color to elect the person of their choice. It doesn't say anything about which party, one way or the other, they would vote. It's really around them having a collective impact to be able to choose their representative instead of having their vote diluted.
Certainly, Madam Co-Chair, and let me be very clear. Again, if we're looking just at opportunities, there's no need to talk about effective opportunities if that's the case, because the effective opportunity piece is what introduces the partisan nature of the decision. So you're drawing using race to reach a partisan goal, essentially. That's the concern. And then you're also trying to achieve a particular racial outcome. Definitely, there's been a dramatic growth in minority voters in Virginia. That's a great thing. And as those districts are naturally appearing, as they are in all versions of all the plans, that's a fantastic thing. But when you go in with a consciousness to say, we want to achieve this particular racial outcome, that's where we have a concern.
All right, Mr. Obrinio, Mr. Kumar, Dr. Creighton, and Delegate Ransom.
And my response is to Mr. Tyson. You may have your interpretation of what my intent is, My intent is not to elect more Democrats. My intent is to give the opportunity for African Americans to choose the candidate of their choice, whether that person is African American, whether that person is white, whether that person is Hispanic. I don't try to presume to know what they want to do, but I think it's a bit presumptuous of you to tell me that I'm trying to elect more Democrats simply because I'm trying to get African Americans and other minorities the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice.
Madam Kitcher, if I could just very briefly respond. Commissioner, I hear your point, and I agree as to opportunity districts, but I think then we're using the language of effective opportunity districts. And what does effective mean? I think that's where we're getting into the closer call in terms of what this is. We're looking at a partisan election returns to tell us whether the district is effective or not versus just providing an opportunity.
Again, I just want to set the record straight. Effective for me is to give the minorities the ability to elect the candidate of their choice. Just because Justin Fairfax happened to be a Democrat does not mean that messes up my term of effectiveness. My effectiveness is giving African Americans the ability to elect the candidate of their choice. If they have a Republican candidate, from a partisan standpoint, maybe I might like that, but that's their choice. That's kind of my point, though, is we're trying to make it effective for them to choose the candidate of their choice.
Right. Mr. Kumar, and then Dr. Creighton, and then Delegate Ransom.
Yeah, I mean, as with everything, this is very nuanced and layered, right? And the racial protections and all of this is a higher level of importance than political. As Mr. Tyson said, we're going to have to come back. I mean, it's circular. We take care of one thing, and then we've got to go back and check other things, right? I mean, I think race is important to all of us. I hope it's required by the Constitution to account for that. If that skews things politically, that'll have to be accounted for in some other way. Like, we know that, right? So I think it's possible for us to make sure we account for the racial requirements that we need. If that ends up skewing things, if it ends up putting a 70 House Democrats versus 30, well, obviously that's not going to make sense. That's not politically fair. Like, we're going to have to remedy that in another way, right? And so I think we have to almost try to dissociate these in some ways. And I'm hearing Mr. Tyson. I think what we need to decide, and this gets passionate for us in certain ways when we talk about race, when is it appropriate for us to make race the predominant factor? I mean, I think that's fair. And to say, what is, and we almost need like a decision tree and like a logical flow to do this, because one, I think it's going to maybe help us build consensus, and two, I think it'll help us make sure we're following the law. But when can that be the overriding factor? Then, when it's not the overriding factor, is a coalition district of some sort, whether effective or not, an opportunity district under Virginia law. What does that mean we can do to follow Virginia law, but maybe not run afoul of the federal law, if that's possible? And then one last point to Mr. Tyson. I hear what you keep saying about whether or not race is a predominant factor, but do we agree that where race is the predominant factor, you don't necessarily have to go above 50% to meet that? I think there's still confusion there.
Commissioner, so let me be really clear on that. So if race is the predominant factor in drawing a district, then you have to have that district required by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act for that to be valid. And so, as you've heard, and we've gone round and round on this, our belief is that looking at Bartlett, looking at the law and the lay of the land on this, that that Section 2, you have to draw that district as over 50% for it to be a Section 2 district. And so, therefore, in order for you to have a compelling government interest to justify the use of race in that context, you would have to have a district you draw at over 50% minority. Again, Bethune-Hill was a racial goal to meet a preclearance requirement. And that was the key there. If we're establishing racial goals, we have to be very conscious of what's happening there in terms of the constitutional position issues.
Okay, hold on one second. We're going to hear from Meg Lamb, and then Dr. Creighton, and then Delegate Ransom. Yes.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to let you know that Mr. Hebert does have his hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, all right. Dr. Creighton, Mr. Hebert, maybe go together, and then Delegate Ransom. And then I see Mr. Brinio, okay?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Kareem Creighton here, and I'm sure Jerry will have some additional comments. I think we have to be clear about the definition of race predominating. Again, every data report that you've received about every district, all 100 House of Delegates districts, all of the Senate districts have the racial makeup of those districts attached to them. That is not an instance where race predominates. It is also not where race predominates, where you craft districts and you see, hey, it's possible to create a coalition district here, or it's possible to create a majority black district here, or an opportunity to elect district. Whether you do it or not is where this nuance question comes into play. What is your decision rule? To work down your decision rule that includes all the considerations that the commission has offered is not an instance where race predominates. We should be absolutely clear about that. How you choose to do it, which of those districts you choose, or none at all, depends, I think, on the considerations that you've outlined in the first instance. And I just, take you back to Virginia's law, which says that if it's practicable, we think you should create districts where there's an opportunity to elect. Last point to mention here, it is accepted methodology as much as Genesis is the first book in the Bible, that you look at past election results to have an assessment of political opportunity for racial minorities. If you told me that I can look at, and I know I'm a native Alabamian, not Virginian, there's not party registration by race, but if I looked at that, that might be an argument that I'm being partisan in how I think about effectiveness or the division of people in a district. Past election results are different. As has been said earlier, all we're looking at is what the preferred candidate is of a racial group that may be protected under the Voting Rights Act, and determining if there is that candidate, how are we going to assess whether a district actually is an example of one where they have equal political opportunity. That's what the special master did. That's what we've done throughout this process. So I guess unless somebody is out to tell us that there's a place where we have actually run afoul of the Equal Protection Clause, I don't think that there's any reason to be concerned about how we've gone through this process and whether or not you choose to give acceptance and credence to the interpretation of the Virginia Constitution and Voting Rights Act. It allows you to make this choice, and we think that there are configurations where that choice is viable and practicable, and we think it's a reasonable one to make. Jerry may have other thoughts on this too.
Mr. Hebert, welcome this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to offer a couple of comments about what Mr. Tyson has said. As I understand what he's saying is that, look, if you identify an area where you can draw a majority minority district and there's racially polarized voting, then you have to draw that district at 50% one race or above. That is very similar to what the arguments were back in 2011 when districts were drawn, that the Republicans in the House of Delegates and the Republicans drawing the congressional map said, yeah, we got to reach a certain percentage and we can't go below that. And the federal courts found that that was a racial gerrymander. Now, the Senate map back in 2011, going back to Senator McDougal's point, yes, those districts were drawn by the Democrats who control the Senate, and they reduced the Black percentages in each of the Senate districts that were African-American because they had been packed at levels way higher than they needed to be in the prior decade when they were drawn. So they all got reduced. And interestingly enough, Republican senators went to the Justice Department and objected to the Senate map that the Democrats drew in 2011 because of those Black percentages being dropped down. But the Justice Department rejected their arguments and pre-cleared and approved the plan as not being retrogressive for minorities. Now, the other key point, though, about Mr. Tyson's arguments is that he claims that you have to, you're predominantly using race in order to draw these 40% to 49% districts. We're only saying that in an area where you can draw districts over 50% Black VAP, and you can show that you can reduce that Black percentage and still provide an effective opportunity for Black voters, then you can draw that district and fully comply with Section 2. And any argument to the contrary by Mr. Tyson or anybody else is simply incorrect. That's the way the Justice Department interprets the Voting Rights Act, and that's the way the courts have interpreted the Voting Rights Act, including Bethune-Hill and Personabola cases, where the federal court, not remedying a Section 2 case, but instead remedying a racial gerrymander case, said, we are imposing these new districts. They're going to be less than 50% Black VAP. So we want to make sure that our districts comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And they said they do because they continue to provide an effective opportunity for Black voters to elect candidates of their choice in these newly drawn districts. So to argue that you're out there looking for 40% districts and predominantly relying on race is simply incorrect. You've already done that when you've identified an over 50% Black BAP district, and now you're reducing it. So he says, well, you can predominantly rely on race in creating 150% or above, but if you drop it down below 50%, that same district, then, oh, you're predominantly using race in an improper way. That is simply wrong as a matter of law. And if you do that, you will be violating the Voting Rights Act and Virginia state law.
Delegate Ransom. Thank you, Mr. Hebert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to withhold my comments and questions until we finish going through this document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Obrinio and then Senator McDougal.
And this is sort of related, but I've heard a lot of comments from various chapters of the NAACP about their concern about having 5 majority African-American districts. Now it's 3. I think I heard Senator Barker say that our current, which I'm not even sure what it is now 5. Can you all just address that? Because I'm not here trying to make things worse. That's my goal, is to do the opposite. So I want to make sure that we address this and have this discussion directly. What would you say to the representative of the NAACP to your positions is what we're doing here?
All right, Dr. Creighton, and then I'm imagining Mr. Tyson would like to speak to that as well. And I think I would ask that both of you try to describe the difference between, because I think citizens in general are looking at really just counting the minority-majority districts, and I want everyone to understand that minority opportunity districts can also be extremely beneficial for communities of color to elect the representative of their choice. So Dr. Creighton and then Mr. Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I appreciate the question. It is something I think we should be really clear about for the public. So the normal course of business when you do redistricting.
And Dr. Creighton, can you lean into the mic? I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I want to make sure everyone hears. The normal course of business in redistricting is to always start with the benchmark plan, the pre-existing plan, essentially to say, where are we now? When you do that analysis, you look at the existing district lines from the last legally enforceable plan, in the House of Delegates districts, that was due to the court intervention, in the that is the 2018-2019 plan. In the Senate, it was the originally enacted plan because it was not challenged successfully. But you look at both of those plans using the data from 2020, the 2020 census. And according to that data, the starting number of districts that were majority African-American in the Senate, at least, was 3. That was due to population changes, as has been mentioned before. But the question is then, what do you do next, right? I think actually you've seen a lot of different plans. I think it's probably useful to talk about the comparison between the latest plans, both A and B. And in both of those plans, the number of majority African-American districts are the same. They're 5. So no plan that I have seen, though, throughout this process, Brian and others will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think any plan that we have seen so far has dropped the number of majority African-American districts below 3. But I think everybody has the respect of understanding, unless there's a very good reason, we probably shouldn't run afoul potentially of, I won't call it retrogression because that's no longer an official part of federal law, but let's just call it backtracking without good reason. The main point to say, and I appreciate the co-chair's point in this, majority African-American districts or majority single-race districts are but one way in which you can assess minority political opportunity. That was sort of the point that involved our discourse a few moments ago. That's one way of doing it, and the federal law supports it. Another way of thinking about it is coalitions, where 2 groups, neither of which on its own compose 50% of the population, but together, in an instance where there's evidence of cohesion, there may be an opportunity to elect for both if they agree, where they wouldn't otherwise have the chance separately. That's another version of it. The other points that we talked about, opportunity districts, and again, I note that we differ about this, but there is between 40 and 50% of the population, when a minority group can work in concert with others to elect candidates of choice. That is another instance in which you can at least assess the measurement of political opportunity. We've circulated a summary document comparing the benchmark plan under 2020 numbers to plans A and B and give you what we think is a fair assessment of the number of districts associated with it. Our view is you have to look at all of those in totality, and we think on that assessment we do pretty well. But I think it's up to the commission ultimately to make an assessment of which a version of political opportunity sort of best fits with the policy preferences and the law that the commission is offering.
I'm sorry, Dr. Creighton. Can we please keep our voices down? This is really technical and emotional information, and we really want to focus on this, please. Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Creighton.
That's pretty much it, but I can, if the commission wills it, we can go through the document that we circulated, but think it's useful to just have the exchange now, and I'm happy to come back as if anybody would like to have that conversation about the specific numbers.
All right, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And Dr. Creighton, just to clarify, the 5 districts is in the plan that's not posted yet, the new plan from last night, is that right?
That's correct. The plan that we shared with you this morning.
Yes.
And yes, that the commission has received. Correct.
Okay, so Madam Co-Chair, to the specific question in terms of what the NAACP, I'm sorry.
So, Madam Co-Chair, so we did receive that map, didn't post it per Co-Chair's instructions. Would it be helpful for us to get that online now? The Democrat map that's being referenced in this table.
But, Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I think this is Mackenzie Babachenko. I think the biggest question is we were a little surprised we're receiving another map, so we want to know what it was based on before it's just put up. All of the feedback was on a completely different set of maps before we start comparing. Do you need it to be posted in order to share it up there?
If someone's on Zoom, they can share their screen and show it, and you all will be able to see, but if you want to be able to look at it on your laptops, you can either log into a Zoom and follow along, or we need to get it online.
Okay.
Madam Co-Chair,
shift to that conversation after we finish this conversation. Perhaps we can just look at that and Senator Barker's stuff, and we can go in that direction. Does that make sense?
So not posted yet, and we'll continue our conversation and potentially post it subsequent to that.
Madam Chair, can I respond? Can I just?
Okay.
I think we should just post it. I mean, this is one of the issues I'm having is like we're talking about these various maps and some sort of consensus, but we're not really got there. We're going to be referencing this, especially when we're talking about something as important as minority districts. I think it should be up there so everybody can follow along rather than just kind of talking abstract. That's my suggestion. We don't really have a procedure. That's the issue. So.
Una manera abstracta, no.
Madam Chairman.
Okay. Let's go with Mr. Tyson, and then we'll get to Senator McDougal.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So in terms of the issues raised by the NAACP, I think Dr. Creighton has correctly summarized that you take the existing districts, you put the 2020 data on, and then you see what is the number, and that number is 3. Virginia in 2011 was under a preclearance process that required it to avoid retrogression, is the technical term, going backwards, reducing the total number of majority-minority districts in the state. That is no longer applicable to Virginia, so now you have this district-by-district process of Section 2, which is always applied but is especially relevant here. So the key question is in those areas where there is racially polarized voting, you need to use race to make sure you're complying with Section 2. Those districts should be over 50%, and that's essentially what we're getting to. And I believe I heard either one of the public hearings or today, I can't recall which, the indication that all of the current African-American senators are elected from districts that are higher than 50% single race black in terms of their numbers. So I think, again, it's important to recognize those are districts where you can use race as a very high factor to consider. When you look at the other categories of coalition or these influence districts, those are the ones where we don't have a clear, and this is where we have a disagreement about the Voting Rights Act on those points of whether that gets you a compelling government interest to overcome a constitutional problem with using race predominantly. I think the key point for these 40% districts in this neighborhood is you have to look at, are you deviating from your criteria to draw them? And so in looking at the plans, there's more county splits on the B plans and the A plans, more precinct splits. Those are the kinds of things courts look to. So in Bethune-Hill, they went kind of precinct by precinct. Why did you put this line here versus over here? And it was in service of a racial goal of, as has been discussed, between 55 and 60%. But a racial goal is a racial goal, and so if the commission is drawing with a racial goal and is deviating from its process to get there, that's the constitutional problem with these opportunity influence districts, as we keep talking about.
Okay, Senator McDougal and then Mr. Kumar.
Madam Chairman, if it's a question, since Mr. Tyson spoke last, I'll ask him, is your understanding that in 2011, the plan that was drawn by the House Republicans and Senate Democrats, that the House plan, the Senate plan, and the congressional plan were all pre-cleared by Justice Department?
That is my understanding, Senator. I think that it's important to remember that pre-clearance is a different legal standard than Section 2, but yes, they were all pre-cleared.
So that's I just want to make sure. So then some of those, the Senate plan, nobody ever filed a suit. In the other plan, there were suits filed, and that was the Bethune Cook case.
Yes, that was the Bethune-Hill case challenged.
I'm sorry.
Correct,
So,
on constitutional grounds.
Madam Chairman, this is separate from that. Ultimately, we're going to see plans that were put up, and citizens have the ability to put plans up, and that's all good. But I guess I have a continued concern about plans that are supposedly at the direction of the commission and either then the direction is different, what's the result is different from what the commission put forward. I expressed frustration a couple of meetings ago about Southampton roads on the Senate plan for both map drawers, so it wasn't directed at one side or the other, about how Hampton roads would be addressed, Southampton roads versus the peninsula. And I guess my concern continues to be that there are plans that are being put forward now that are supposedly at the behest of direction from the commission, and I'm not sure that I've heard what direction the commission gave in order to get there. So I do have some concern about where that's coming from, who's directing, how that's coming about. So when we go through this, I'm going to want to hear very specifically, was it one of the co-chairs that directed? Was it another member? How did this come about? Where did it come? Because I'm starting to see a pattern that is very concerning to me. And so I'm going to want to hear where that came from when we get to that point.
And we have a multitude of maps. We have a multitude of maps. That's the issue. And also, I think there's been a lot of direction and guessing around everyone's personal perspective on what is a good map for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And at some point or another, we have to figure out, are we going to be able to get a single map for the House, a single map for the Senate within the next couple of days that meets all of the criteria that we've agreed to. So we will see how that process of integration happens. Mr. Kumar and Mr. Abrinio, and then I want to sort of summarize this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sean Kumar. And I feel like we probably need like a countdown clock to midnight on Monday somewhere in the room. I'm a little bit less concerned with, I care about openness for the process at this point, but if we need to get somewhere with maps, if we've got maps that are coming, I think we need to see them and post them and be able to talk about them. And to the points that have been made about public discussion, public discussion is going to inform, or the public comments that we've had will inform the decisions we make, right? So to some of the comments we've heard about, well, you have to have your final set of maps for the public to see. You would go on and on forever with another version of the map and another public comment. So, we have to be entrusted to hear that. But the question I wanted to ask to Mr. Tyson's comments before Senator McDougal's comments, the end of your response there, I want to know if you think, there is any way to follow the Virginia law that says that we can create coalition districts without violating federal law. So there's going to be areas where Section 2 comes into play and race can be risen up as a predominant factor, right? And we know that, and that the 5 Senate districts on both maps apparently reflect that. We've also talked about the state law, and we've talked about what it says. And it's an open question, because I guess it's been passed as to whether or not, but because a lot of people are riding on the assumption that in addition to the Section 2 areas, we can look for opportunities to create those coalition districts. So if we do that, are you saying we would inherently be making race a predominant factor and would always run afoul of federal law?
So, Commissioner, to answer that question, the answer is no. I would not say that. What I think is important to remember, again, coalitions are different than opportunity or influence, as we've been talking about here. For the coalition districts, if coalitions exist, you have evidence that they exist. I think that the key is, what are you setting out to do, right? If you have an area that has a high degree of Black voters and Hispanic voters and Asian voters, and they live in close proximity, they tend to vote the same way, and you can recognize that in a district, and you're just drawing based on general principles, that's totally fine. If you set out to create a coalition district, I think you're raising the question because you're now taking a race-based goal. One good thing I think about the plans that you have is there's not a difference in terms of the number of coalition districts. And actually, I believe the A plans have more coalition districts than the B plans do, because there's a prioritization of these below these 40%-ish districts on the B plans. And so, again, if the concern is, are we creating coalition districts to comply with Virginia law, I think the A plans meet that. But I think the key point is, what are you setting out to accomplish? Are we setting out with a racial goal in mind, or are we representing the people of Virginia and then complying with the law where we need to otherwise?
Dr. Creighton.
So I want to start with Senator McDougal's point earlier, and just to be absolutely clear, this may be where communication doesn't come across, but I explicitly asked the commission last week whether or not we wanted to stick only with the plans that had been submitted. And I believe that the commission's decision was no, put maps on there. And what I understood us to mean, and I think we expressed this, was we would take the week and try our best to come to something that looked like a consensus based on the feedback that we got within the commission. I totally agree. It's a great idea to walk through it and talk about it, and you can make your own assessment, but that was the point that we were making throughout this process. The agreement was to work on maps. We did that. Next point, with respect to this question about complying with Virginia law, it is always the case that in crafting maps, you need to look at the whole picture. We take the view that political opportunity comes in a lot of different forms, and we disagree, it's clear, about the space that coalition districts occupy in that. They don't think federal law requires it. We think there are instances where it would. The next point to make in this, though, we think that Virginia law also tells us.
Mindy, can we please try to adjust the Spanish translation?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Please make sure that you've selected Gilka, the Spanish button. I apologize, Madam Chair.
Should I continue, Madam Chair?
Any option. I don't have an option. The little squares are not on my screen.
Hold on, Dr. Creighton.
Okay.
Just hold on.
Will do.
Madam Chair, if I may, Gilka, can you please ensure that you've selected the Spanish channel when speaking? Thank you.
I don't have an option, Mindy. There's no option. I don't have the
Okay,
Spanish or English option.
Okay, please refrain from speaking at this point, and we'll resume the translation shortly.
Yep, we're going to end up having a break after Dr. Creighton speaks, and we can try to get our technical issues resolved there. And again, I apologize, Dr. Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I think I'm glad we're doing what we can to make sure that the public is fully engaged. I want to go back to the point about understanding the picture overall of what political opportunity looks like in all of the maps. And we think it's important, taking both federal and state law into account, that we don't just stop the inquiry on the number of majority African-American districts, that we don't stop the inquiry on the coalition districts. It's sort of a cheap way of thinking about political opportunity if you just stop there. I know there's an inclination towards counting things, but you got to count all of the things. And we think if you look at in its totality, the consideration of opportunity districts, which we think that Virginia law calls for, there's no question that we perform quite well. Mr. Tyson has pointed out the question about divisions of jurisdictions. First off, that's one among many considerations on the map. Compactness is another. We think we do quite well on compactness. The main point to be thinking about with respect to political opportunity, though, is that with respect to the number of places in which we think we've effectuated political opportunity for racial minority groups, there's no comparison. We can talk about it either with respect to the map that I know some have not fully seen. You can compare it to the map, I think it's map C, that has been circulated, Virginia Senate C2. Those comparisons, when you take all of the varieties of districts in which you can effectuate political opportunity, that's fine. I understand Mr. Tyson wants to downgrade or perhaps scare you about opportunity districts. It's appropriate to do so. If there weren't language in the Virginia Constitution, and if there weren't language in the Virginia Voting Rights Act, I wouldn't be here making these arguments to you. I'd say you might think about it, but he might have a stronger point. The language means something, and we think here it has to mean if you can find a space and you find that it is practicable to do so, you don't have to sort of search and destroy all existing districts to do this. You're crafting districts looking at a geographic area, and you find opportunities to create space for political opportunity. The law says if it's practicable to do so, you do so. And we think in every one of the districts that we're proposing, that's the process we've taken. That is not where race predominates, and it is fully compliant with all the other considerations that the commission has offered in its criteria from the get-go.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair.
Just hold on. Yes, Jose?
Yes, Madam Chair, just one comment. In reference to the map that was put up, I guess, or not put up yet, I want clarification. If you guys remember, Saturday, there was a map that John worked on at lunch, and we never discussed it. It came up, they say, hey, let's put it up. I believe that's A7 that was put up after. I don't want to call them dueling maps, but I'm assuming that the map that you guys have now was the dueling map to that one, because they did not work on it during lunch on Saturday, correct? So that would be your, I don't like to use the word counter map to John's map that he finished on in the afternoon on Saturday.
Commissioner Kareem Creighton here. During lunch, you'll recall that our group worked at the direction of the commission to provide comparison data. The maps that we offered you over the course of this week are what we said we'd do in that Saturday session, to continue to work on them in response to the exchanges that we had. But again, you don't have to, compare for this conversation that map. You can think about the map that was contained in I think it's C7 or C2, I forget the number in front of me, but I can tell you shortly. Those are reflective of the same approach at C2, the same approach that we're discussing here. The point is a question about philosophy. Whether or not you want to pick one map of ours or the other map, that's a conversation we can have later. But it's important to get the law right, and that's really what we're talking about in this moment.
Okay, all right. I think we're going to take a break, and I guess what I would like to say is, and I'm looking at all of the citizen comment that we have gotten, where people wanted us to, first and foremost, to try to be fair, to have compact districts, to have districts that try to hold communities together, either at the city or county level, wherever possible, and to have population deviation that was in the range that the law allows. And we've done that. Both maps do a really good job of that. And I think there is general agreement on the commission that the maps, variety of maps that are being presented are better than our current maps. And we are spending a lot of time, a lot of heartache, trying to get legal, and I would lift up moral clarity around what we as Virginians want to do to ensure that all citizens have their voice heard. I'm going to suggest, and I think it was Mr. Kumar's recommendation, that we have a decision tree, specifically on how we're going to address race, because we will not, I don't believe, be able to have a single map for either house unless we can, as a commission, have clarity on how we're going to address communities of color. That is the sticking point. That is the sticking point right now. And we have legal counsel that are approaching it from two different perspectives. We have map drawers that are addressing it from two different perspectives. And I think if we can have a decision tree, don't even know if we can get there, but without that, the probability of getting to a single map for each house, and I have been in the nonprofit sector for 30 years, so I am always a glass half full person, but it is really difficult because we'll just keep going round and round and round. And I would love to take the politics out of this, the partisanship. All I'm trying to lift up is how can the growing number of communities of color have their voice heard in the new proposed maps. And so if you have ideas as to how we can build consensus as a commission on those three different categories of, I think the minority majority districts are clearly defined by the courts. It really is minority coalition and minority opportunity districts. And if we can get to consensus on that, I believe we can begin to knit fair maps together for the Commonwealth. So let's take a 15-minute break, and please, please, please be back by 5 after, and we'll go from there. Thank you so much. Okay, and we're back, and a few minutes later than we promised, but we have a few people that are in queue for additional public comment. And Ms. Capers, I would ask that you please lift them up.
Certainly, ma'am. First, we have Edward Strickler.
All right, Mr. Strickler, welcome.
I will let the next speaker go. Thank you for your work.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Capers, next person.
Joan Robinson.
Ms. Robinson, welcome. Maybe.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
I was not intending to speak. I'm just here enjoying the meeting. I'm sorry if I pressed the wrong button.
Okay,
Thank
no,
you.
not a problem. And if you find this enjoyment, good for you. I wish more of the commissioners would see it that way. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next person.
Next, we have Lewis Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, welcome. Maybe take yourself off mute. Ms. Capers, you see
Yes,
him?
I'm off of mute.
Oh, okay. All right. Welcome.
Thank you.
Do you have comments you'd like to make, Mr. Johnson?
Not at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Capers, who else is in the room? Ms. Capers, we can't hear you. Is there anyone else that would like to give public comment?
Yes, ma'am. It's Johnette Barley, and she's the last.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barley?
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here. I represent the 4th District. So I live in the 4th District in Richmond, Virginia. And this redistricting meeting really concerns me. I appreciate Senator McDougal for his comments because I too share some concerns and the same concerns as Senator McDougal. So I hope that as other citizens have written in and may not have spoken on this matter, that I too hope that this hearing or meeting will be fair to all of those who are involved, Democratic or Republican. I was involved in a redistricting several years ago when I attended Maggie Lena Walker High School. And because of the redistricting, I had to go to another school, miss out enjoying my graduation with my classmates that I had been with since the 6th grade. And I had to go to another school. I ended up graduating from Thomas Jefferson. My next door neighbor attended John Marshall High School. That was the school that my friends went to. That was the school where I ran track. I was a cheerleader. I was in ROTC. And I wanted to graduate from that school. So I just want you all to know that redistricting does matter. It not only affects our votes, but it also affects our children, where they go to school and where they graduate, and the potential to be the best that they can be to get scholarships to go to the schools of their choice. I yield back to the Madam Chair, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you all on today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barley. And Ms. Capers, I'm just confirming that that's all that are in the room for public comment at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just for the public, Assuming that we'll still be here at 4 o'clock, we'll open it back up again for additional public comment. And we left off with Delegate Adams. I think you had a comment to make.
Yeah, well, thank you, Madam Chair. Les Adams. And I wanted to follow up on, I guess, the issue that Mr. Feliciano raised. You know, my recollection was that, you know, when we were here last, that we had the clear expectation of receiving maps in time for the virtual public hearings. And there was even some discussion about when that deadline would be and how we could make it later. And it seems like it was complied with, and that with I think it was A7 on the House side and B5 on the Senate side. And you know, the reporting was, well, the latest map from the other side was the B4 on the Senate and the A6 on the House. And that's, you know, so it's certainly a matter of concern to say, well, there's another map. It's been worked on. I think we even had a directive at some point where members of the commission were instructed not to talk with counsel outside or directly with the map drawers. I'm not, you know, there's been a lot of votes taken, which will lead to my second point, which is just on this general discussion that we've had debated with counsel again today, and then the suggestion that there may need to be another guidance or decision tree, something like that. You know, from my standpoint, you know, we labored quite a while on the criteria, and so we've adopted criteria. And some of the questions, I know there were at least 2 votes that were taken with respect to the issue that's been discussed. And, you know, the criteria that we ended up with is criteria we ended up with. And so I think, you know, we ought to focus on the criteria we have and move forward on that. We have our distinctions between legal advice on some of the finer points and important points, but that's where we are. And so that would be my comment to add to the discussions that we've heard so far.
Okay. So during the break, we did post the updated map, which is I don't know the number. What number is it, Meg?
B7, House of Delegates, and then B5 for the Senate.
Okay, B5 for the Senate, B7 for the House. Dr. Creighton. I'm sorry. No, it's B5 for the Senate, B7 for the House. So people can pull them up. Okay, Dr. Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Kareem Creighton here. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. We viewed the process over the course of the last week to continue to harmonize the feedback that was gotten for the purpose of getting a map that sort of sits somewhere in the middle. So what you see submitted and uploaded today represents our best thinking for how we think we might be able to come up with something that we can all agree to, with obviously further changes. But if you want to have the comparison, as it sounds like some of the commissioners are really interested in the, you know, items that were submitted on Saturday, we can do that too. But I want to emphasize the choices are still the same in terms of philosophy. We think you should look at all of these maps, as I think other commissioners have expressed, as iterations of what could be your final choice, or at least the start of your final choice. But I would caution the commission from letting which map was submitted when, because, you know, this has happened that I think both of our sides have sort of misunderstood maybe things that were said and either produced more maps and, you know, surprised the other side or not. I think that's less relevant than the big question at hand, which is what you all as a commission are going to do to properly represent African American, Latino, Asian American political opportunity in this state with respect to these particular laws. Obviously, the goal is to have a map that stands for all of Virginians, but this question at hand is an important one, and I would not let us get distracted. I hope we don't get distracted by any of these other issues, because that's the question at hand I believe really does need an answer to go forward.
All right, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, for one, am supportive of if maps are we're coming close to the time where that's not an option, we're going to be working together, but if we have maps that have taken into account the discussion and are maybe bringing us closer to compromise or consensus, I think it makes sense to consider using those in our discussions as we move forward. And I know very shortly, we need to start getting down to looking at maps, and we'll talk about the process for that. As far as the decision tree, and I know I suggested that, my rationale or my thinking, if we were to pursue it, because I don't want us to spend time on that, given how little we have, if we don't think it'll be helpful, would be that it would be a tool, in addition to the criteria we have, that would help us identify as we start to look at maps, where do we think it is appropriate or possible or permissible to take coalitions or opportunity districts into account. I think council probably have consensus on Section 2 areas where race shall be lifted up as a factor. I think it gets a little murkier when we start to talk about and these issues get conflated and when we talk about opportunity districts or coalition districts. And if it would be helpful for us to have a quick discussion on that to see where there is agreement, so that we can use it as we start to talk about it. Because as we look at maps, just as we've been doing, we've drawing maps with our map jars, with guidance of council, guidance of commission. We've been moving things around for incumbents and other factors. I think it wouldn't be wrong to say that council might agree that if we spot the potential to create an opportunity or coalition district, that might be okay, just as we're doing it with other things or other factors, so long as we're not drawing entire maps with that in mind. And so if it would be helpful to have criteria like that as we get into this work, then I think maybe it would make sense.
Okay. Mr. Brinio?
Where I'm personally getting lost is we keep referencing different versions of maps. When did we agree on consensus? Who was allowed to make a adjustment? And I see a letter from Delegate Gilbert now telling us because we did not present a single unified set of maps to the public that either we need to do that again or he's not voting for it. And I'm kind of getting frustrated because then I hear, with all due respect, Senator McDougal, he says, well, I'm not ready to present any maps. And at the last hearing, Chairwoman Harris essentially said, let's do a coin flip. You get one, we get one. At this point, this is the end game here. We don't really have any time for delay. My issue is we can't even talk about an individual map without getting into a fight about, we're talking about abstract things here that we can't get rubber to the road. I still think that Chairwoman Harris's suggestion about, okay, you guys pick one, we pick one, at least we can at least have a guiding post as to what we're talking about as we're introducing these very, very complex issues of Voting Rights Act, minority voting rights, and all the other criteria. Because otherwise, we're just going to keep doing this for the next 3 hours. And then we're going to be referencing what other map, okay, that map, no, well, you didn't say you could do that map. And what communications do you have about adjusting that other map? It's just confusing, and we're running out of time. And I'm concerned that the confusion is almost designed intentionally to be there, so we don't actually have to start taking votes.
Delegate Adams, did you?
Well, one way to avoid confusion, the suggestion I had made last time was let's have the maps up and we can highlight the areas where there's consensus, highlight the areas where there's differences here, the public comment. That would be a good starting place to come back. So, but unfortunately, we only got one updated map for the House and the Senate before the public comment. We did take public comment, extensive public comment. Some areas more than others, and that's where we ended up. So I just thought that needed to be said.
All right, Mr. Kumar.
I just have a quick point. Unfortunately, I have to step out briefly, and I will return. the public comment piece, I agree with Mr. Urbano. I mean, I think we need to get to the work of doing the maps. We always knew we were going to make modifications. Like, it becomes a cyclical process. You know, the public can comment on maps once we vote on them before the General Assembly does if they want. But, you know, the public comment wasn't just about, I mean, even to that point, we didn't have one map, and we tried, but we didn't. So the public comment, in some cases, citizens told us where they liked certain maps over others in respect to their area. That was most of it, or just what are their communities that we can apply to any maps we decide. So the fact that we did public comment, we've been applauded by watchdog groups and groups advocating for openness in this, that we've had more than needed. We've more than met our statutory requirement. We've heard the public. We can take that into account with the maps that we draft and try to move towards finishing what we have before us without any issue in my mind.
So I'm wondering, does anyone have a suggestion? Because there are a plethora of maps on the website now, that we just need a starting point. We need a starting point to use the criteria, to use the public comment, to use our knowledge of certain areas in order to, I think the word has been negotiate, you know, different district sizes, configurations, and things like that. But we need a starting point for each house, well, the House map and the Senate map. Are there suggestions that we think we could build consensus on as a starting point for the maps? Just a starting point. Yes, Mr. Brenia.
Again, I'm going back to your coin flip analogy. You pick one, we pick one. I hear a lot about A7. I've been hearing a lot about B4. I haven't seen B6 from Democrats, but it just, we need to move the ball forward. We can't even discuss the details until we get a unified direction as to what we're even talking about.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
So I know, again, I'm going to be careful not to use the word consensus, but I watched I think every single bit of public comment. I may have had to step away from my computer at one point or another, but I made an effort to listen to everybody. And I think that I heard a lot of what I think Mr. Brennio heard, as far as, generally speaking, people kind of liked the way that the A map for the House was organized as a starting point. Everybody had tweaks and things that they'd like to change. That's why they were commenting. Nobody said it was perfect. But I did hear a lot of people saying they sort of had a preference for the A map, and I heard a lot of people, again, I heard plenty of people say they didn't like the B map, but I did hear it felt like a lot of A7, B4 comments, and maybe you heard the same things that I did, so if I'm off, somebody can let me know. But, and now that we have a little bit of a refinement of the B map to B5, it seems like as a starting place, just to get us talking about the same map, that we could compromise by taking the A House map and the B Senate map as our canvas, our initial canvas. Because I think this idea of looking at both maps and then highlighting and then trying to mesh we don't have time for that. It doesn't ever seem to work. We never get back exactly what we asked for. But if we could do some editing in real time on the A7 and the B4, I think that's what I heard James say. If that's a suggestion, then I think that would be a good one.
Mr. Brenia.
And just to supplement that, I'm not saying that I'm cool with A7 or B4. I'm saying it's a starting point so we can at least orient our discussion. You know, I've seen the public's concern about our essentially just acceptance of incumbency protection. I've let that slide so far just because I have been aware that it still has to get to the legislature. But I will say that for me, minority protection is above incumbency protection. So even if we go forward with this, I want to be clear that I'm not a yes on either until I just want to be able to get some communication to the public, to get some response, and we can actually have an oriented discussion.
Okay, and it's been suggested, and I'm trying to figure out the A7 and the latest B Senate map is 5. Is that right? Excuse me? B5 that just got posted. Yeah, okay. It's not a motion.
Right, they said before is what they were referring to with the.
Well, I think Okay, I think we're just trying to get to a starting point, and we'll figure out which map. Yes, Ms. Babachenko.
Can we hear a little bit about B5 and what went into changing it? If it was meant to be for a consensus purpose and going in that direction, I'd like to hear what was done to B4 to make it attempt to harmonize, and then perhaps we can have a conversation about that as a starting point, but we don't know what it is yet.
I'm cool with that too.
Madam Co-Chair? This is.
Yes. Yes.
Kareem Creighton. I think it would be, if it's your will, to get our map drawer to kind of march through the most relevant changes and, update you all on what is different. If you had questions, you can pose them, and I'm happy to supplement that. But I figure it's best for you to hear from the mapper as opposed to lawyers.
Okay, Ms. Lamb.
I wonder if it might be a good idea to have John explain A7, since that was posted after Saturday's meeting, and then have B5 explained by Ken and Zach. And then after those explanations, I think it would be proper to have a motion and a vote to accept a map for the House and a map for the Senate for purposes of continuing to work.
I think that's great. So we're going to get an explanation from both map drawers on two maps that have since Saturday both been posted.
Madam
All right?
Chairman, I don't want to
Yes.
short circuit this, but
Okay.
there's 0% chance I'm going to vote to start from a map that just got presented to me moments ago, that I haven't been able, I'm going to hear the explanation, but if that's going to be the starting point motion, I'm going to be a no. 'Cause
What other suggestion do you have, Senator McDougal?
I'm going to listen.
Okay.
But if the motion is to do that, I'm going to have a real hard time.
I'm asking you, Senator McDougal, what is your other suggestion? We know that you aren't going to vote for that. What is the starting point then? What would you suggest?
When we left out of here last week, I was very insistent on some things in Southampton roads. And that there was a map that was presented that addressed that. And I think that one was A5. So I've had the opportunity to look at that, hear comment, to come up with things I didn't like. The B5 might be great, but if I've not had the opportunity to go through and look at that any in-depth, that's going to be hard for me to vote for as a starting point.
So what is your suggestion as a starting point? So you'd like both of John's maps to be the starting point?
I didn't comment on the other side. I'm just telling you on the Senate version.
Okay. Mr. Abrinio.
With all due respect, vote no. That's the point of a vote. We've got to move forward. And again, it's Delegate Gilbert that's telling us that we need more clarity so we can get to the public response. So I'm trying to do what he's telling us to do.
No.
Well, let's hear her, and then we can make the motion.
Yep. All right. So is Mr. Strassma and Zach, are they on the call to walk us through Senate map B5?
I am, Madam Co-Chair, Ken Strassma. So just to reiterate, this was.
Madam Chair, sorry, I thought John was going to go first since his map was set up.
No, Mr. Feliciano, it was not. We're going to hear both, all right? We're going to hear both.
Okay, thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Ken Strassma again. I'll just give a brief summary, and then Zach can show the actual map. So
Podemos ver el mapa.
Okay, Mindy, if we could please try to correct that technical issue.
Thank you, Madam.
Un problema técnico.
Yilka, please stop. Can you please make sure that you have selected the Spanish button?
I don't have an option again. They took the two options, Spanish, English.
Thank you, Teresa. Teresa, can you take over?
Okay. All right, I think hopefully that is corrected, and I'm going to ask commissioners to please keep their voices down so that we can all pay attention here. Thank you so much. Ken?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I want to just share our thoughts as to process and our motivation for sharing this map. So we knew that the next couple of days were going to be very difficult and busy, and that we were likely to have changes suggested based both on what we heard in the commission meeting last weekend and also the public comment. Some of these changes, very rarely can be made live, just a little tweak. Others have ripple effects across the state. And so in order to make sure that we have all the districts within population deviation, some of these changes we needed actually, several hours to work through. So our idea was to have something ready that reflected the changes we were hearing. This is in no way something directed by the commission or a consensus map, but we did think that it took care of some of the changes that we were likely to be requested today. So we have that ready, and Zach can walk through it. The big picture changes, we were able to add one majority African-American district without hurting our numbers on other coalition and opportunity. And also one of the recurring public comments we heard last week was about trying to unify college campuses where we could. So George Mason University is unified here. And there were changes to the Charlottesville district in response to previous public comment. And with that, let me turn it over to Zach, who can share the map and show some of the specific changes.
Okay, this is Zach Coombs. I'll be sharing my screen now. So as Ken mentioned, one of the first changes done in response to previous public comment was moving the George Mason University campus into the Fairfax City District. So that was a swap of a total of 4 precincts between districts 5 and 7 from the B4 map. The next change, which was in response to other public comment, was regarding the precincts, the neighboring precincts around Fredericksburg, including those with the Fredericksburg and Stafford district, as opposed to including King George County. So that district was reconfigured to include some of Spotsylvania County. Another change made, again, in response to a suggestion made in a public comment, was to create District 31 with Charlottesville, Albemarle, Nelson, this county configuration, as opposed to the configuration we had previously. There were concerns about our District 32 in Southside, which had gone up further to the north. And when we reconfigured our Hampton Roads districts, we were able to redraw District 32. I can add labels here. So previously our District 32 had gone up into Cumberland, Buckingham County, et cetera. And instead we moved it more focused on the Southside area. Our District 19 had previously gone from Hampton into Norfolk. So District 19 is now all of Hampton and a portion of Newport News. As Ken mentioned, we added a majority African-American voting age district. So districts 19, 20, and 24 in the Hampton Roads region are majority African-American. And then the districts were reconfigured to accommodate this change. And then lastly, because of the effects of changing some other districts, our District 30 had previously gone from Henrico County into Hanover County, and now District 30 is in Henrico County and a portion of Richmond. And then this reconfiguration affected District 28, et cetera. But the overall changes would be adding George Mason University to the Fairfax district, changing District 31 to this configuration for Charlottesville, and then addressing the issues in the Hampton Roads region that were brought up. And then all the other changes were the result of those primary changes.
Okay. Are there questions or comments, Dr. Creighton?
Just one point to emphasize here. Our intention, as Zach and Ken both stated, was to try to get past the places where I think we, have some level of agreement to the things that get to fine tuning. And we think that the questions about public input, I think, are reflected well in what Zach described. But again, I don't know that there are things, I'll just leave it to you all to determine if there are things that you want to investigate further. But we think that this actually further pursues the goals that the commission and the public has talked about over the last week.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Babichenko.
I think my question goes to all of the other things that got changed because of these changes. So that's what we can't see. I mean, immediately I saw when I opened this up that you'd addressed the Hampton Roads issue where we wanted to not have districts go over the water. What did you have to change to allow you to do that? What were the implications of that? We had all of this numbers and all of this data from your previous map. And now, do we have all of that data now? What were the changes? I think that's what we're trying to know right now, which makes it difficult to know what this map says.
So just to, as Zach is maybe developing a couple of comments he may want to add to this, but we've shared with you data on this map and the original map. So we believe in transparency. We want you to see all the changes. So to the extent that, Zach may have some specific areas that he may give that are specifically responsive to your Hampton Roads question, but with respect to the effects and overall aggregate data, you can, in the files that we've shared, compare what we've done, compared it to the benchmark plan and the AMAP, the last AMAP that's been submitted. But our goal is to try to get you closer to where I think you all expressed you want it to be. But Zach, maybe you have some additional comments about the Hampton Roads changes?
Can I just clarify? I know we have the little, kind of as a whole comparison, what the final numbers are, but things like percentages.
Yes,
where, how can we get that? We spent all this time last time, we all sat down and we were looking at specific percentages.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm missing right now
Yes,
to
ma'am.
know what the changes were on this map.
We just submitted a bulk file with everything in it. It's shared with co-counsel and with both the co-chairs. So I understand you need to spend some time with it, but we want to make sure you have everything there. It follows the same template that we shared with you on Saturday for the maps. But again, as to the particular question you asked, I suspect Zach has a presentation on the map just now that might help illuminate that for you.
Madam Chairman, it would be helpful to me, because we had this before and there might be a file, but my guess is the public's going to want to hear this too, is can you go through the minority districts, what number they are, and what the voting age minority numbers are for each of those districts?
Okay, that's good information. All right, Delegate Ransom, you wanted the same information? Okay. All right, so Zach or Ken, I think we're wanting to know the impacts of the changes as well as sort of walking through what the end results of this map yield as it relates to minority, majority, coalition, and/or opportunity districts with the district number.
Okay, this is Zach Coombs. I will address the Hampton Roads configuration regarding the voting age racial populations of the districts that were changed. So District 19, which previously was a portion of Hampton and a portion of Norfolk. District 19 is now the city of Hampton and portion of Newport News. And District 19 is 50.8% any part Black. So in changing that, since District 19 was previously taking a part of Norfolk, District 21, which is the Eastern Shore, took up a larger part of Virginia Beach, but now takes up a smaller portion of Virginia Beach plus Norfolk.
Madam Chairman, I want to make sure, is that the same numbers we were looking at from previous thing? Is any part black the number we're supposed to be looking at, or are we supposed to be looking at voting age population? I just want to make sure we're comparing the same numbers.
I need some help with what the definitions are here.
Madam Chairman, I was just looking back at my notes, and I thought I wrote down voting age population, and so I could have written that wrong, and I just want to make sure I'm.
But wouldn't
Madam Co-Chair, Ken Strassman?
Yes.
If I may, you are correct. This is voting age. So voting age, any part black, has been what we're using to define majority African American districts.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
So the next district would be District 20, which is a portion of Norfolk, portion of Chesapeake, and a portion of Virginia Beach. And District 20 is 52.2% any part black. And District 24, which is all of Portsmouth, the neighboring northern section of Chesapeake, and then this northeastern section of the city of Suffolk. District 24 is 50.68% any part black. And which brings the total, the districts 26 and 27 in the Richmond region are unchanged from last Saturday, the B4 map. And so this brings the total in the Hampton region of majority black districts to 3.
Madam Chairman, could he just
Yes.
give us the same numbers for the Richmond? Even, I just want to make sure we're. Yeah.
So Zach, really just walk us through the entire state so we can get total numbers of those districts that we're focusing on.
So in the Richmond area, District 26, which is Richmond, Chesterfield, Hopewell, and Petersburg. The configuration is blue district here on your screen. District 26 is 51.67% any part black. And District 27 is all of Charles City County, the eastern portion of Henrico County, and a portion of Richmond. District 27 is 52.05% any part black.
And so, Zach, just summarize again. So 26, 27 in the Richmond area, and then the numbers again in Hampton Roads are, if you could state them.
Districts 19 at 50.8%, District 20 at 52.2%, and District 24 at 50.68%.
And are there any, in your configuration as currently drawn, are there additional coalition or opportunity districts in this version of the map?
So Madam Co-Chair Ken Strassman, I'd be happy to list out the coalition districts. I'm not sure which of those would be additional.
Or just the coalition districts, yes.
Okay.
That would be great.
So in Northern Virginia, District 3 is 54.5% combined minority. District 4 is 54.1% combined minority. District 9, 59.4%. District 10, 67.9, almost 68%. District 11, 53.9%. Those are the coalition districts. Would you like me to go through the opportunity districts as well?
Yes, I would.
So-
Wait a minute, sir. Yes, hold on one second, Ken. Yes, Ms. Babachenko.
Are there no coalition districts in either of the other two locations where we have racially polarized voting?
That is correct, Madam Co-Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So the opportunity districts, starting again in Northern Virginia, their District 2 is 49.8% combined minority, and that was carried by Fairfax. So we were considering an effective opportunity district, although I know there's some debate about that definition. District 5, 46.2% combined minority. District 6 at 41.2%. District 7 at 48.5%. District 8 at 49.2%. And District 14 is at 41.3%. That is the one in this region that was not carried by Fairfax. Moving on to the Hampton Roads region, District 18 is 43.3% combined minority. District 21 just barely met our definition. It's 40.1% combined minority and was not carried by Fairfax, although very narrowly. Fairfax got 49.5% of the vote there. District 23, 45.6% combined minority, and that's it for opportunity districts.
Okay. All right. Does anyone need to hear? I saw a lot of people writing down. Do you want to go over that again, or everyone got the information as Ken was going through it?
Madam
Yes.
Chairman, if
Yes.
you could go 7 through 23 again, it got a little quick. I missed a couple of those.
Okay. And so, Mr. Harrell, what did you say?
As long as he's listed them all, how about the effective opportunity? The next category.
Okay. All right. So, Ken, why don't we start from the top? Dr. Creighton, hold on one second.
Just as a reminder, I think you all have circulated already a comparison that gives you that top level set of numbers. I'm perfectly fine with Ken, reviewing that, but I don't want you all to lose track of something that we made available so that you can make that assessment yourselves.
There's the handout, the 2 sheets of paper that were given out earlier in the meeting that had the comparisons. The map that we're looking at right now that on Zach's screen is VA Sin B, and then you can't see what got cut off, but it's the B5 map. So the 5 majority African-American districts, 5 coalition districts, 9 opportunity districts, with 7 of those being designated effective opportunity.
Okay. Mr. Harrell, does that help, or you?
No, I'll ask again. Since we listed all the others, I was writing on that piece of paper.
Okay, all
the
right.
numbers.
Okay, so what we'll do is just go through maybe.
All I need is the last 7.
Okay, but I think Senator McDougal wanted some clarity as well. So maybe if we use, everybody has that sheet of paper, the summary, and then Ken, if you could just start one more time, and then using those 4 categories, just go over the district numbers one more time on the B5 map.
Okay. Yes, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank
you. Do we want the percentages as I go, or just?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get.
They want the percentages as well. We want the percentages. Okay.
Beginning with majority African American, we have District 19 in Hampton Roads is 50.8% any part voting age African American. District 20 is 52.2% voting age African American, any part.
52.
District 24, 50.7% any part voting age African American. Then in the central Richmond region, District 26, 51.7% voting age African American. And District 27 is 52% voting age African American. So those are the 5 majority African American districts in this plan.
All right, thank you. Go on to the coalition districts.
So coalition districts, beginning in Northern Virginia, District 3 is 54.6% combined minority, and this is a voting age. District 4, 54.1% combined minority. District 9, 59.4% combined minority. District 10, 67.98, so it would round up to 68% combined minority. District 11, 53.9% combined minority. Those are the coalition districts.
Okay.
Let me, I'll list the effective opportunity and then the borderline opportunity district separately. So the effective opportunity districts begin with District 2, which is 49.8% combined minority. District 5 is 46.2% combined minority. District 6 is 41.2%. District 7, 48.5%. District 8, 49.2%. Moving on to Hampton Roads, District 18 is 43.3%. District 23, 45.6%. And then going back to highlight the two opportunity districts where we're not sure we could demonstrate the ability to elect. In Northern Virginia, District 14, that has a combined minority percent of 41.3%. And Fairfax got 48.4% of the vote in 2017. Then in Hampton Roads, District 21, 40.1% combined minority, and Fairfax got 49.5% of the vote in 2017.
Okay, so did all commissioners get that? Yes, Mr. Harrell.
Now, I'm just trying to get the numbers straight. When he went through them before, he listed 21 as one of the 9 opportunity districts. And on this sheet, I see 7 effective opportunity districts, and then he's listed 2.
Yes, Commissioner. When I went through it the first time, I listed all of the opportunity districts and tried to highlight whether or not they're considered effective. I saw that raised some confusion. So this time I went through and listed the 7 effective separately, and then the 2 that were not defined as effective. So 14 and 21 separately.
Effective opportunity districts are opportunity districts. I guess they're included in both. Is that right?
So an effective opportunity district, as we've defined it, and actually frankly as the law would define it, is one in which you can demonstrate that there's evidence that the minority community's preferred candidate of choice will win an election. This is a predictive matter, but we're looking at past elections. And we've agreed, consistent with the special master that did the same approach in the Bethune-Hill case, that the best measures would involve a minority preferred candidate, in this case in Virginia, who is also minority, running statewide. We considered that as a proxy for it, and that actually yielded us some assessment, and that's the difference. Where that person was over 50%, the preferred candidate was over 50%, we're able to make the assumption that there was evidence that the candidate, that the election district was effective. It was below 50%. We could not do that. It may be, it may not, but we didn't want to overclaim the extent to which we can say opportunity is secured throughout the state.
Mr. Harrell, did that clarify or?
So, are you, Dr. Creighton, are you saying the effective opportunity you see as a better chance for the minorities to elect?
I'm saying as compared between those districts where we can show that there's evidence that the minority preferred candidate was elected, we are more confident to be able to state that that is an effective opportunity, a better way of protecting minority political opportunities than in a district where we can't say. Sometimes it may or sometimes it's not.
I'm just looking at your list here, where it says the last two, opportunity district of 9,
Right.
effective opportunity of 7. Are you changing that now?
No, that's consistent. 7 plus 2 is 9. So the 2 that we don't think we can confidently say the minority preferred candidate will win.
All right.
Right. We're not counting those. But you can consider it, right, amongst the different things, as I said, as a totality assessment you want to make. It may be that those 2 districts do some work, we don't know. But if we're saying to a minority community in a court, for example, are we confident, based on the record, that we've done a good job of securing minority political opportunity as directed, as we think, by state law? We can say 7 of those 9 districts, we have evidence that that works. And it's the same kind of evidence that the special master in a federal court looked at and the court agreed to. We may or may not see it. This is just sort of a data question. It may or may not be correct that those other 2 aren't effective. We just don't have evidence to confirm one way or the other.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yes, Delegate Simon.
So we are now at noon, and so I'm just counting down like the clock. It seems to me that, and I understand Senator McDougal's misgivings about this, but it seems to me that based on everything we heard at all those public hearings, that if we started with B4, we'd immediately make about the 4 or 5 changes that have already been made here, right? I mean, there was the things that we all heard about. Let's Charlottesville, Albemarle, let's get George Mason with Fairfax, deal with Hampton Roads. So to start with B4 and then go back and make these changes again seems like it would be a big waste of time. I think that this is a really good bit of progress. And for those that are worried, to the extent that folks worry that we're using race as a proxy for partisanship, because I heard that a little bit last time, my really quick, rough calculations show that we're at about 18-18 with 4 toss-up districts here. So it's not like this has created a big partisan advantage for anybody. I'm not saying we're going to end up at 18-18 and 4, but just for what it's worth.
All right, Senator Barker.
I think I've been looking at B4 and B5, and I think there are some significant changes that everybody ought to be aware of in some of the districts that are not overwhelmingly one political party or the other. And I can go over sort of some of the location changes and then what it would do to the district in terms of election results, if you would like to do that.
Let's keep talking through this, and then I would hope that John would then be able to walk us through A7.
Yes.
And then we, hopefully after lunch, we would be able to then make a decision on which map we feel comfortable enough. We're going to be making additional changes to each map, but as a starting point.
Right.
So, and just talking to the mic, Senator Barker, thank you.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. The 5 districts that I think are most significant in terms of changes, and particularly as it relates to the partisan fairness, in District 18, B4 has District 18, which is centered basically in the Newport News, a little bit of James City County and Williamsburg area, and then it goes different directions. That then picks up all of York County and all of the city of Poquoson, which is just 12,000 people there, but is a very heavily Republican area. And what it does is that that district would still be on the election results on average would vote Democratic, but by a much smaller margin than the B4.
Madam Chairman, I'm not following it. Is Senator Barker talking about B4 and B5 and not comparing B5 and A5? A5, the one that does ostensibly the same things that we directed to be south of Southampton roads, not connected with the peninsula, and we've just seen A5 now, and that's where we're going to use the starting point. I mean, B5 was horrible. I mean, B4 was horrible because it didn't do what the commission directed to do when we came back. So I get that, but why are we comparing the 2 of those?
But Madam Chair, before we're real clear, we took no votes on anything. And so to say that the commission just directed anything, I think we were really careful not to do that. And so I don't want to accept the premise that there was any.
Madam Chairman, when we were here 2 Saturdays ago, we asked on the Senate maps, both map jars to go back and come back with Southampton roads not being connected with the peninsula. If you remember, I was exercised about that and stated it at least a half a dozen times that neither one did that, expressed my frustration with the fact that neither map jar did that. Later that day, before we left, there was the A5 was produced before the commission adjourned, and that did address it. Whether you like what they addressed, at least it did address that. So that's what I was specifically referencing. So B4 nor A4, neither one of them did what the commission had asked the map jars to do, in my opinion, and what I think was pretty clear the commission directed.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator
actually,
Barker.
B5 does what Senator McDougal had advocated for there in terms of not having someone from the peninsula also having territory on the Southampton Road side there. So it does eliminate that one there. There are 3 others that are significant. One is District 23, and certainly John can talk about a lot of these, and actually, and his, I'm sure, are more in line. I think,
But
with some of
Senator
the-
Barker, can you just quickly state what the difference is?
Yeah,
I'm getting lost as well too, just,
I'm sorry.
and lunch is here, but we want to try to get this explanation, and then we can grab our box lunches, and then come back and hear from John.
Okay. District 23, which is in Chesapeake, and some of Virginia Beach joining territory that would be on the west central side of Virginia Beach. And what the change from B4 to B5 is that it moved the percentage of the population in that district on the Virginia Beach side of the line is much higher. And what it does is it shifts that district from being a district that generally had voted Republican to a district that the election results lean Democratic. So that it does fundamentally shift that as it relates to partisan fairness. Similarly, the District 30, which is in the Richmond area, and is sort of based out of the western part of, the far western part of Henrico County. That district in B4, and I think in John's map on A5, has part of western Henrico and part of western Hanover. And what the B5 does is it takes away the part that was in western Hanover and moves it into the city of Richmond, which is obviously much more Democratic than Hanover. And what it does is it shifts that district from being a Republican leaning district to one that's Democratic leaning. So there are 2 districts that shift that way. The one that shifts the other way from being more Democratic to being more Republican is District 37 in the Roanoke, New River Valley area. And those of us who were on the call yesterday afternoon heard that there were a lot of people who testified in favor of having Roanoke and Blacksburg in the same district. That was in the same district in B4 and in B5. Montgomery County is entirely in a different district. It is not in the same district with Roanoke. And what that does is it shifts it from being a Democratic-leaning district to being a Republican-leaning district. So 2 have shifted from Republican to Democratic. 1 has shifted from Democratic to Republican. And 1 other stayed Democratic but had a smaller margin on the results there. So these are not insignificant, and I think particularly as we're looking towards partisan fairness, we need to make sure that we're taking into account these types of things, these types of changes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could I ask Senator
Yes.
Barker a question?
Sure.
Senator Barker, you seem fairly familiar with this, with the new B5 through this process. So what did you go through that you've done the political analysis on the districts? What numbers did you use and what was that? I thought I heard you say it, that's why I asked.
Yes, what I used was the 9 election results that are for each of the districts, all 40 districts in each of those situations there. And I just copied the formula I'd used previously on B4 and A5 and applied it to the B5 things there. And then also summed up the 9 elections, which excluded the 2 elections in 2020 because of the absentee ballot issue, and also does not have the 2 U.S. Senate elections in 2012 and 2014 because they're not in our data set here. So I used those 9 elections and just ran them all the way through and then took an average of all of those. And for example, on District 23, it went from 46.6% Democratic to 51.9% Democratic, which was a shift of over 5 percentage points. On 30, it went from 40.
Can you just slow down just a little bit? I'm trying to keep up, but just like, I think, thank you. Can you say that again?
On District 30, it went from 47, and these are just taking the Democratic and Republican vote totals. It went from 47.25 to 51.1. So that one also shifted from Republican to Democratic. On District 37, it went from 54.2 down to 46.4. So that was the one that shifted from Democratic to Republican because it did not have the Blacksburg area in with Roanoke. And in District 18, it shifted it went down in terms of Democratic performance from 61.2 down to 53.0. So those are the major changes that were there, but that one still remained Democratic, but just not as much. And then actually the other one that I ran carefully here was District 21, which is a district that has Eastern Shore and then parts of Norfolk and Virginia Beach in it. And that one went from 50.5 Democratic to 53.0. So it shifted to a more Democratic one, not substantially more, but by about 2.5 percentage points.
Okay. Delegate Ransom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for whomever can answer. I'm just looking at how there was a huge shift in District 17 and how that's going to impact some of the population, some of the constituents there. You're taking a very, very rural area and then pulling in Twano, Jamestown, those constituents there. I feel like someone is going to lose representation. So that area, 17, 16, 18, has been shifted on B5.
Okay.
So if someone can help me understand what shifted there.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I can answer that if you would like.
Okay.
What happened was that York County, which has about 70,000 people, and Poquoson, which have the city of Poquoson, which has about 12 or 13,000 people, both of those were shifted from District 17 and B4 to District 18 and B5. And what that did was that then led to James City County being, and then in District 17, then crossing over to Gloucester, and then much into your area north of there. So in terms of a lot of the counties in the Northern Neck and those areas, Middle Peninsula, that don't have large populations. And so it took a lot of smaller jurisdictions there to offset the loss of York and Poquoson.
Madam Chair, just a
Yes.
quick follow-up, and I know Lynch is here. I want the commission members to be mindful of communities of interest. So you're looking at a very rural area combined with a heavy populated area. So as we're breaking for lunch, just consider thinking about that.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Harrell, and then Delegate Simon, and then I would, if there are no further questions on this, we'll get our box lunches, come back within a couple of minutes, and then John will present a 7.
Madam
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, my question is, before we left on Saturday, there were several of us that wanted to hear Mr. Morgan's changes to his Senate map. And the meeting was cut short, and we couldn't hear it. So now we're still not hearing it. I would like him to go through his changes on his B5 map quickly before he gets into the House map.
The A5 map, I think would be.
A.
A5.
A,
Okay.
right.
Well, I think we're going to probably flip-flop back and forth in order, we can hear both versions of each House map and each Senate map, if we'd like. What we're trying to do, if you see similarities, because I think that both map drawers were trying to represent certain areas of the state where there was consensus, and we just need a starting point to refine maps into a singular map for each house.
I understand that, Madam Chair,
Okay.
but this is 2 days I've asked to hear what Mr. Morgan has done. And it's easier for me, and might not be for others, to hear one Senate version versus the other Senate version, and then the House version's the same way. But that's 2 days I've asked for it. Others have agreed, and I haven't heard it yet.
Okay. Delegate Simon?
Just very quickly, I understand what Delegate Ranson is saying, and I would also point out that the Northern Virginia Senate seats have changed dramatically, right? And we forget that. We sort of take that as a given. So we're all having to, I mean, we decided to start from a blank map. You know, we had a decision to make, and we decided not to start with the existing districts. So we've got some really, really big shifts of representation in Northern Virginia and other parts of the Commonwealth as well. So just for what it's worth, it's not singling out any one part of the Commonwealth for this kind of treatment. We're all being treated the same way.
All right, Mr. Brinio, and then we'll break for lunch.
And this is addressing Mr. Harrell's concern. I get it, but we need to have an oriented discussion. This is the product of us choosing, and I want to be clear, because I've seen a bit of misunderstanding in the public about how this came to be. 2 sets of map drawers, 2 sets of lawyers. I voted for 1 set of lawyers, 1 set of map drawers, and I think the people on my side all voted for that, and we got 2. And I even saw like an op-ed in the Washington Post saying that somehow it just happened to happen. I imagine if we go forward with B5 on the Senate and then A7 on the House, John's going to get an opportunity to talk about Zach's map, and Zach will get an opportunity to talk about John's map, and then we can at least orient the discussion. But if we just keep on going in circles, we're running out of time. Either this is going to happen or it's not, but if we just keep it on a parallel path, let's just go home now. Let's just go home now, because I've got better things I'd like to be doing with my personal time than arguing about whether or not we're talking about A7 versus B7 and who got the last move.
Okay, on that note, why don't we go get our box lunches? Please come back by 25 after, and then John, I hope you are ready to present your A7 house map. And look, we can go back and forth. Everybody has their computers. They can pull up any version of the maps that they want, but we're looking for a starting point to go forward. Yes.
Madam Co-Chair,
Yes.
just so I can clarify, is Mr. Morgan presenting his Senate map or his delegate map?
His delegate map.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just have to, I mean, we've had a commissioner ask, as he said, multiple times, we just want to hear the explanation that we've never heard on the Senate map as a comparison. I don't know what is the resistance to just hearing. I mean, we've got one that was just explained. Let's hear the other one that's explained.
No.
We're going to break for lunch. Thank you. Okay, we're back, and some members, we're working through lunch. So to the public, some of us may have our masks down, but we're trying to eat as we continue to do this work. So at this point, John Morgan is going to present House Map A7. Once that's done, if commissioners want to see the opposite, well, the Democratic or the Republican version of other maps, we will do that. And then the question that I'd like you to consider is choose one map that we can start building a single map for the House and a single map for the Senate. It's a starting point. There will be multiple revisions over the next day or so to get to a final map that we will hopefully vote on. All we're trying to do is get a starting point for each house, okay? So John, thank you very much for presenting your house map, and you can go through and talk about changes that have been made since your A6 version, and at some point or another, hopefully you can go down, you or Brian can tell us again the specific districts and percentages of minority, majority, coalition, opportunity, effective opportunity districts as well, okay? And I see Mindy's screenshot. Mindy, are we good on the translation? I'm not sure why she's showing.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm not sure why my screenshot's showing either, but we are set up with the translation.
Okay, all right. John, I think you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, so looking at the plan here for the House of Delegates, looking here in Southampton Roads, the first thing that we've seen is District 77 here, and that district it's Emporia, it's Franklin, it's the rural counties, Southampton, Sussex, Greensville, Brunswick, and then it has a portion of Suffolk. And again, that's kind of the starting point for this area, and that's 53.6% African-American voting age population. And then coming into the rest of the Southampton roads, District 56 is entirely within Portsmouth. And that's a district that's majority African-American voting age population. District 47 is Norfolk. In the middle is District 46, which is a portion of Norfolk.
And John, I don't mean, can you say the percentages when you say majority, because on each one? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump the gun, but.
I'm sorry, you need me to speak into the mic better, or what was?
Can you just say you said majority African-American, can you say the percentage?
Oh, on which district?
I missed it on, yeah.
Okay, so let me slow down a little bit then. So again, District 77, which is sort of the beginning part of South Side and Southampton roads, and that was District 77, and that is 53.65% any part voting age African American. Then in the Portsmouth area, District 56 is entirely in Portsmouth, and it is 51.15 African American any part voting age population. District 46 is a portion of Norfolk, a small portion of Chesapeake, and the balance of the portion.
Cambiemos a Norfolk, Chesapeake.
Mindy, you know what to do.
Okay,
and then hold on, John, just for a second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Gilka, can you please just continue to make sure that you only speak when you can option? I apologize, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's go on, John.
Okay, So again, District 46, as described, balance of Portsmouth,
And
Norfolk.
John, I'm sorry, just lean into the mic. I know
Okay.
it's hard. It's
Sure.
a short mic, but I'm just trying to hear.
Okay, so again, District 46, as I described it, is 51.44% voting age, any part African American. District 47 is entirely within Norfolk, and that district is 51.34% African American. Then District 45 is entirely within Norfolk, and that's the balance of Norfolk. You have so that rounds out basically the treatment of Norfolk and Portsmouth. And I'll come back to Chesapeake. So you have a district here, 57, that is Suffolk, including the incumbent member of the House of Delegates here, Delegate Jenkins. And that district, District 57, it has Chesapeake. It's the western branch and Camelot area of Chesapeake. And that district is 39.5% African American. It's 51.04% minority total population, combining all the minority groups that we have here in the sheet. District 55 is entirely in the city of Chesapeake. That's 40% African American. It's 54% combined minority. And then you have District 54 as the balance of Chesapeake. It doesn't go into any other jurisdiction. In Virginia Beach now, we moved to Virginia Beach. The first thing to point out is the Eastern Shore is combined with a portion of Virginia Beach. And this is the Bayside area of Virginia Beach, as we discussed. And then District 50 is Little Neck and Cape Henry. Then District 49 is majority combined minority. That's 51.93% combined minority. District 52, entirely in Virginia Beach, is 50% combined minority. So both of these seats in Virginia Beach are combined minority over 50%. Then you have District 53 has a portion of Virginia Beach and a portion of Chesapeake, and it does separate the incumbents. In the original plan that I had drawn in this area, their incumbents had been combined. So again, this puts the incumbent in District 52 and the incumbent in District 53 are in different districts. So District 53, as drawn, is 38.5% minority combined. District 51 is the balance of Virginia Beach, entirely in Virginia Beach. So that's Southampton Roads. And then I'll just mention here that this district here is Isle of Wight and the balance of Suffolk. So it does not go beyond Surrey. It does not go all the way up into Prince George or Hopewell. So again, this district is right here, Isle of Wight and the balance of Suffolk. Now, coming across to the peninsula, what I'll point out is that New Kent County is whole up here, all in District 39. And then James City County, which would need to be split because it's the population requires a split here. So there's one split here. So it's Williamsburg, a small portion of James City, and the northern section of Newport News, including the area around Fort Eustis. Then I've got District 41 is entirely combined between York County and the city of Poquoson, so it does not cross into any other jurisdiction. Then I have three districts here that are in the Hampton and Newport News area. District 42 is entirely in Newport News. And District 42, as drawn, is 51% African American voting age. District 44 is entirely in Hampton. That's 51.9% African American. And then District 43 is the balance of Hampton and Newport News. And that district is 57% overall minority. It's 42% African American. And then I would point out also that District 40 as drawn is 50.55% minority. So again, there's 2 districts that are over 50% African American, 2 districts that are 50% minority in the peninsula. And it does not cross York, it doesn't cross into York. So again, York and Poquoson, New Kent. So that's the peninsula.
Thanks. And Mr. Tyson, I would just ask that once John finishes walking us across the state, that we get a summary, if we will, just like we did with the other map, so that we can just make sure that everybody has all of the information.
Yes,
Sorry.
Madam Co-Chair.
Okay.
I have all that ready to go.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay,
John.
going into the Richmond area, District 60 is all of Dinwiddie County, all of the city of Petersburg, and about 3 voting precincts in Prince George County. That District 60, again, Dinwiddie, Petersburg, is 50.9% African American. Then in the Richmond area, in Richmond itself, there's 1 delegate district here in District 68. It's entirely in Richmond. 51.46 African American. There's another delegate district entirely in Richmond, District 65. It's 50.9% African American. Then this district here, Delegate McQuinn is in this district, and it is a small portion of Richmond around the area of Ward 7. And then it's some areas of Henrico and a portion of Chesterfield County, and then also including Charles City. And that district as drawn is 50.86% African American voting age population. District 69 is entirely in Henrico County. And that district as drawn is 54.6% African American. Then I've got a district that is the balance of Richmond that wasn't included in the other 2 districts that were entirely in Richmond, and that has the area around Staples Mill in Henrico County, so that's the Staples Mill area, and that is, okay, so that's Richmond and Henrico, and then I've got 2 districts that are entirely in Henrico, District 70 and 71. District 70 is 40% combined minority here. In Chesterfield County, District 62 is entirely in Chesterfield County. And District 62 as drawn is 39.2% minority combined. And then I've got District 63 as drawn is 43.9% combined minority. That's District 63, which is Colonial Heights and this portion of Chesterfield. And then another district entirely in Chesterfield, District 61. Then the district is Bonaire and Powhatan County. And then completing the Richmond area, you have the district that's Goochland, Louisa, and a portion of Hanover. And then District 73 is the balance of Hanover. And then just to kind of complete the rural area here, you have a Northern Neck district that's entirely whole jurisdictions, and a Middle Neck district that's entirely whole jurisdictions. I think I'll quickly go through South Side. I think we've seen this before. Mecklenburg, Lunenburg, Nottoway, Amelia, and part of Prince Edward County, including Farmville. District 81 is South Boston, which is internal to Halifax now, Charlotte, and a portion of Campbell County. To, I believe it was Delegate McQuinn's concern, this area here took an additional precinct in, and this puts the incumbent in a district that he currently represents primarily, and that's Buckingham, Fluvanna, Cumberland, Appomattox, 2 precincts for population reasons out of Prince Edward, and then looks like 4 precincts of Campbell County. District 80 around Lynchburg, we talked about adjusting this to take in the Boonesboro area around Lynchburg. We did not take in Madison Heights, so that is a change that we talked about. And then I'll come, then the area here going up into Albemarle, it's Amherst County, Nelson County, and southern Albemarle. And this is then that pairs with district on the north side of Albemarle, which is Orange, Green, and northern Albemarle. So there's one division of Albemarle, and there's one division over here of Augusta County. So Albemarle has one division, and Augusta has one division. The Charlottesville area, looking at it, it's the area around Charlottesville, and this dividing line right here is I-64. So the district basically follows I-64 with the exception of Crozet. Finishing out southwest, we have the district here that's it's all of Bedford County minus that one precinct and a portion of Botetourt County here, which includes Delegate Austin. His district primarily is comprised of Bedford or portions of it. And then we have the Allegheny Bench counties, Highland, Bath, Allegheny, Clifton Forge, Covington, Rockbridge County, the balance of Botetourt, and Craig County is a district. And then here in the Roanoke area, the incumbent that represents this Roanoke area actually lives in Botetourt County. So this is a part of Botetourt County and Roanoke. District 92 in Roanoke itself. That's entirely in the city of Roanoke, and I made the adjustments that were suggested, I guess I would say indirectly through Delegate Rasool, I think through Delegate Simon or Senator Barker. That district is 43.6% minority overall. It's 31% African American. So I took out the, I believe it was the Southgate area of the city, and I put in, I think it was Crystal Springs. So that was a change in that area.
Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to be real clear because there are rules against us discussing this with our caucus mates and so forth. This came through the public comment. So Delegate Rasool typed it into the public comment on the map, and I just pointed out that it was there. I just want to make sure that we're all clear about that.
Thank you for that correction, Delegate Simon. So I was correct in saying that you brought it forward. Okay, thank you. So I did make those changes that were discussed in a public forum. And then we have a district here that's Salem, the balance of Roanoke County, and a portion of Montgomery. We have the districts in the Blacksburg area. One district has Blacksburg, the other district has Christiansburg. And the district with Christiansburg, it's Christiansburg, it's Pulaski, Bland County as whole, and it has a portion of Wythe County. And then finally, just rounding out the southwest. Previous versions of this had separated these two incumbents. In this version, they've been combined into Washington County, Bristol, one of the Tri-Cities, and Russell County. The far southwest is whole county jurisdictions. And then here we have the Tazewell Center District, which is in this area. That covers the southwest. We covered up here going on the 29 corridor from Charlottesville to Lynchburg. We have a district that's Staunton and Augusta. And then the other district is Waynesboro into Rockingham County. And then you have a district that's centered on Harrisonburg and the balance of Rockingham County. And then in Northern Virginia, there's a split here around Luray that we've talked about before. There's a Culpeper-based seat. And then District 15 is Stevens City. And it goes down and has a portion of Luray. And then we'll come up to the Fredericksburg area. We're getting up to Northern Virginia. So we have a combination here of Spotsylvania County and Caroline, and then one district entirely in Spotsylvania County. And in the Fredericksburg area, we have two districts, with Fredericksburg and Stafford, there's two districts, and then one precinct of Stafford is taken into Delegate King's area. So in the Fredericksburg area, District 34 as drawn is 35% minority. District 33 as drawn is 47% minority combined. And then we have Upper Fauquier County with Front Royal. That's the delegate district. Southern Fauquier County pairs with Prince William, that's District 23, and that's 42% minority. And then let me just start. We came into Northern Virginia kind of from the south, but let me revisit Northern Virginia here. So the first district is entirely in Alexandria, and that's 60% minority. District 2 is 33% minority. It's Alexandria and Belhaven area. District 3 is 50% minority, and that's in Arlington and a small area of Fairfax County. District 4 is 42.8% minority, and this is the area around Ballston and a portion of Fairfax County. District 5 is the balance of Arlington, and I took the incumbent into that seat in one precinct here over the county line. The incumbent was right on the border there. And then we have District 15 is Great Falls and McLean. And then this incumbent is not running. The incumbent here, sorry, is not running in 2021 in the general election. And then, so this district would be essentially Delegate Murphy's seat. So that's 15. Let me see if I missed something here. Okay, let me back up here to District 6, the area around Falls Church. It's 47.9% minority overall. It's Falls Church and the area around Williamsburg. And then it also follows the Lee Highway area here over to Mosaic District. District 7 is 61% minority. It's primarily the Annandale area down into Lincolnia. District 8, 56% minority, and this is sort of North Springfield and Braddock Road area. District 9 here is Franconia, and in previous versions, the incumbent was not in the seat, but Delegate Sickles is in the seat here. District 10 is the Hybla Valley, 56% minority overall. District 11 is Springfield to Lorton, including Newington, or Newington's up there. That's 52% minority. District 12 is the speakers in this seat. It's primarily a Burke-based seat, 44% minority. District 13 is Fairfax City. Delegate Bulova is in the seat here in Sideburn, and George Mason is in with Fairfax, and it goes out here to the edge of Chantilly by Cub Run. And that's 50% minority in Fairfax. The next district here is Vienna and Oakton, and that district is 42% combined minority. I talked about District 15, Great Falls to McLean. District 16 is Reston and has all the precincts, voting precincts that are considered to be part of Reston. It's 35% combined minority. District 17 is Herndon. It is 32% Asian. So this district has the Asian community in Herndon. There's also substantial Hispanic population in and around Herndon. And then it goes down into Chantilly, so that's District 17. Again, it's 32% Asian. District 18 is 30% Asian, Chantilly and Centerville. 58% combined minority overall. District 19 has portions of Fairfax County and Prince William County. 36% minority overall. District 20 in the Occoquan area, Delegate Ayala is running for Lieutenant Governor, and Delegate Guzman is in this seat here. District 20 as drawn is 64% combined minority, 23.6% African American. District 21 as drawn is 72% minority. It's 34.6% African American. This is Delegate King. And District 22 in the Neabsco area is 69, almost 70% minority. It's almost 30% African American and about 29% Hispanic. We talked about District 23, and then rounding out, District 24, Manassas Park. And the surrounding area is 63.9% combined minority. District 25, which is the Gainesville area, is 45% minority combined. In the Loudoun area, District 27, which is Sterling, is 53.9% combined minority, and it follows the Route 28 corridor. Next door, you have District 26 is 41% Asian, and it's the area here of South Riding. District 28 is Ashburn. It's 40.9% combined minority. District 29 is Leesburg, 32.6% minority. It's Leesburg and the Hills area to the north. District 30 is Clark County, and it is Purcellville, and it comes up to Stone Ridge. And let's see, again, Sterling, Ashburn, South Riding, Stone Ridge, Purcellville, Leesburg, and then it stops here at the Clark County and Frederick County line. And then District 84 is Winchester and Frederick County to the north. 85 we talked about, so I think we covered all of the delegate districts in 100 seats. And sorry, that took a little over 20 minutes, sorry. Okay, and then Mr. Tyson had something to add to that. I'll keep my screen here in case we need to reference something.
Madam Co-Chair Brian Tyson, do you want just counts of categories of districts by region, or do you want me to read off the percentage of each one again?
I think to be consistent so that all commissioners can have the information, if you would read each district with the percentage. And are you going to be using the same categories of minority, majority, coalition, opportunity, effective opportunity districts?
Madam Co-Chair, I don't have a disagreement with the counts on Dr. Creighton's spreadsheet for those categories for the delegate map. We're having a discussion about that in the Senate map. But I don't have the effective numbers on here, but I have just the percentages for each minority group. I can use the 40% definition if you'd like that.
For the opportunity districts?
Yes.
Okay, and you'll be able to do it for the coalition districts as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. That'll be great.
Madam Chair, may I ask one clarifying question?
Yes.
When we're saying opportunity districts, are all of them, I guess, coalition opportunity districts, or are any of them opportunity districts specifically any part black? Or are we differentiating between those two?
Madam Co-Chair Brian Tyson, I believe that the definition that we're using right now for what's being referred to as an opportunity district is anything where the minority population, basically the non-white population, is somewhere between 40 and 50%. And Dr. Creighton, correct me if I'm wrong about that.
That's accurate.
Okay, so that could be any
combination.
any combination of minorities. It could be Hispanic, it could be Asian population, it could be, okay.
Yes.
With the caveat over effectiveness, but yes.
Yes. Yes, John.
Okay, if you want, I did refer to some districts that had 40% African American. So for example, in this District 43, under the definitions we're discussing, this is 50% overall combined minority. It is also 40% African American in this district. So again, these three districts as a combination, two are majority African American, 50% plus, and then this district is also 42%, if that's something of interest.
Okay. All right, Dr. Creighton and then Mr. Brenio.
It's just a point of clarity. So that last district, 47.34 is District 43. I think in our nomenclature, that would count as a coalition district because the minority percentage is over 50%.
Okay, Mr. Brenio.
Yeah, and so anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to be consistent. I think we're looking for three categories. The first is majority African American. The second would be coalition districts where the minority population is over 50%, any combination. And then the next is opportunity district, which is any minority population over 40%, any combination. Is that correct?
Brian Tyson, yes, I think that's the definition we've been using. And just so the commission's aware, when we get to the Senate, I think that, picking 40% as a number is something we should talk about, because there are a couple districts that are right at 39 that could round up to 40.
Yeah.
And so we're picking a number but that's the definition we've been using. Yes.
We're just using it as a guidepost. So if you could just describe because you're kind of going back and forth and I'm losing you. So if you could just.
To try to, Brian, Mr. Tyson will go through the list again.
Okay,
But I did point out there were a few instances where there was community discussion about Asian districts.
Yeah.
And I did point out that there were some that were high single minority, like Asian.
Yeah, and I'm
Right, but they would still fall into the coalition or
out.
opportunity districts here. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Tyson, you're up.
All right, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Brian Tyson. So I'll just go by region, just kind of generally Hampton Roads, Northern Virginia, Richmond, and then South Side. So for Hampton Roads on the A7 delegate plan, there are 5 AP Black districts that are greater than 50%. Those are districts 47 at 51.3%, District 42 at 51.4%, District 44 at 51.9%, District 46 at 51.4%, and District 56 at 51.15%. In Hampton Roads, then, there are also 6 districts that would qualify under the definition used here, coalition districts or majority non-white districts. That would be District 52, which is 50.08% total minority. These are all, by the way, voting age populations. District 40, which is 50.6% total minority. District 57, which is 51.04%. 49, which is 51.9%. 55 at 54.3%. And 43 at 57%. And then I can move to Northern Virginia if you're ready for that one.
Yep.
Okay, for Northern Virginia, we have a total number of.
Hold on
I'm sorry.
one second.
Yeah.
Dr. Creighton?
The third category, I just want to make sure. We talked to 2 categories, or we're supposed to?
Let's see, hold on. I may have sorted my spreadsheet incorrectly. I apologize. I
just
think
want to make sure.
I did not sort my spreadsheet correctly.
So we may have opportunity
Hold on a
districts?
second. Yes, we
Okay.
do. I'm sorry, Madam Co-Chair, just a
Okay,
second.
no problem.
Yeah. So in Hampton Roads, of districts that are total minority population between 40 and 50%, I have that would be District 45 at 46%, District 59 at 43%, and that would be all for those districts in that category, I believe. Yeah, sorry.
So District 59 is Hopewell, so that's Surrey, Prince George, Hopewell, and into Chesterfield, is that right?
Yep.
Okay, and then I guess you hadn't covered the South Side districts.
I apologize for that. I didn't get my markers on all the right districts. So let me go next to Northern Virginia. In Northern Virginia, we have no majority AP Black districts, but 16 that are majority total minority, so majority non-white districts. Those are districts 21 at 72.2%, District 22 at 69.9%, District 20 at 64.3%, District 24 at 63.9%, District 17 at 62%, District 7 at 61%, District 26 at 61%, District 1 at 60%, 18 at 58%, District 8 at 56.6%, District 10 at 56.4%, District 27 at 53.9. District 11 at 52.4. District 9 at 51.4. District 13 at 50.13. District 3 at 50.06. And then moving into the districts that are between 40 and 50% total minority, have District 6 at 47.86%. District 12 at 44.43%. District 4 at 42.8%. District 23 at 42.5%. District 14 at 42.44%. And I might have missed District 25 at 45.0%. And did I get District 28 at 40.86%? Next, I'll move to Richmond. So in Richmond, we have 5 districts that are majority AP Black. Those are District 65 at 50.9%. District 66, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, John.
In the Stafford County area in Northern Virginia. 33.
Yes, I have those on the last area here, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so into Richmond, sorry.
Yep, so into Richmond, I just finished Richmond here. So 66 at 50.86%, 69 at 54.61%, 68 at 51.46%, 60 at 50.92%. And then we have our South Side majority, oh, sorry, before I leave Richmond, let me finish those out. So then we have 63 I had in Richmond area. John, is that?
63 is what?
63 as a majority, as an opportunity district between 40 and 50% total minority. It's at 43.87%. District 59 at 43.12%.
And no coalition districts in the Richmond region.
I don't have any on my sheet, correct? I'm missing one.
Okay. Next region.
Next, I had Southside, which we have District 77 at 53.65%. And then we have, in terms of the opportunity districts between 40 and 50, we have 70 is in that area, right, John? Am I region right? On the wrong side. Oh, I'm sorry, that's another Richmond one. I apologize. So my spreadsheet is sorted wrong, so I'm trying to fix this on the fly here. District 70 is an additional total minority district, opportunity district in Richmond at 41.4%. All right, let me try to finish up Southside then. 78 is a district that is 41.19% opportunity, so it's an opportunity district under this definition. And the only other district I had on my list, John, was 92. Anything I
Yes,
missed there?
that's the
Yeah.
Roanoke district.
That's the Roanoke district, and that one is at 43.63% total minority, so that would fall into the definition of opportunity as well. So asking a lawyer to do math is always a very dangerous thing, but the counts that we had in terms of what was listed on Dr. Creighton's spreadsheet of 11 majority African-American districts, 22 coalition districts, and 15 opportunity districts matches my count, and I have no reason to disagree with the number 9 effective opportunity districts.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, Delegate Simon.
So, Madam Chair, as I said at the beginning, at the outset, I don't have any problem, and I think Mr. Bernie, well, I don't know what anybody suggests, I'll just say for myself, I don't have any problem starting with this map. I think that, obviously we're going to have to make some concessions. There's going to have to be some fine tuning in the things that are going on. so I don't know that we need to look at even the B6 or whatever, B7, whatever number we're on the House side, if we can go forward that. But I would ask, I guess, because now it's 1:15, and I understand Mr. Harrell wants to see it, but if we could go really quickly, I don't see, if the deal is, and again, this is about deal making, I hate to use that word, but right, compromise is what everybody's telling us to do. You know, if we could start with A7, and we could start with B5, and we could pick a map to keep drilling down on, we have a chance, I think, to get somewhere today, right, and tomorrow, and by Monday. But if we're going to keep going back from map to map to map to map, I think we're going to, you know, as James said, we might as well go home now. So I'm happy to make it a motion if that helps us move things along, or if you guys would rather wait. But I think we could go forward and use as a starting point for further discussion maps A7 as just presented and map B5 as presented by Mr. Creighton and so forth before.
Senator Barker.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to support that motion probably, but not right yet because we have not received a presentation on the Senate maps that Mr. Morgan has prepared there. So I think we need to have the A5 so that we can, everybody be familiar with what the differences are between the A5 and the B5 and the B4. So.
Okay, and then are we wanting to see the B version of the House too? Spend time doing that as well? Okay. Yes, Mr. Kumar.
Madam Chair, I mean, if the council for the Democratic side think that there are reasons we would need to, I mean, you know, I'm trying to be open-minded here, and I'm fine with seeing the Republican version of the Senate map. I'm open to the possibility that their map, you know, may be good in some way. We don't have the analysis yet, right? So I'm trying to keep an open mind, but I'm conscious of the limits of time. So, you know, I'm open to what Senator Barker said of hearing that, and I think there's I think it would allay a lot of concerns or desire on the part of our commission to make sure we at least see that. I'm open to not seeing the other House of Delegates map unless, for some reason, there is some analysis or some guidance from council that we really should have some concerns about this map.
Okay, Mr. Brenio?
I'm at the point to where that's fine. It's so long as we have the condition that we're going to make the vote after this. Unless somebody on my side of the aisle needs to see the other version of the House map, I just want to move forward so we can have an oriented discussion. Again, I haven't agreed to any of these, and I'm not saying I'm voting for either one of them. We just need to move the ball forward. It's like 1:15. We need to make a decision so we can either find out if it's going to work or we can go home.
All right, Dr. Creighton?
Madam Co-Chair, in the interest of moving forward, I think for the moment, if we can limit the discussion of the alternative Senate map to the discussion of the map and only the map, I want to applaud the map drawers for doing just that today. I think we can forego a full presentation of our alternative House map with the understanding that we do have some legal questions that we'll need to examine. We can do that, assuming we're going to move forward with one map from either side. I think that is the most useful way of having progress here. So recognizing, I want everybody to hear it clearly, we have things that we're going to want to discuss about this House map, but for the purposes of moving forward, as the commissioners have said, that's perfectly fine. So if we can agree to that, I don't think that we would lodge any objection.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to accept a B5 Senate and A7 House map. We're going to hold off on a vote until such time that John can quickly walk us through the A5. Is that what version you have, John?
I believe that's correct.
A5 Senate map, quickly walk through that, and then we can come back and take a vote on a starting point.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Senator McDougal.
Can you, and I clearly just missed it, tell me who made the motion and who made the second on that?
Delegate Simon, second by Senator Barker.
Okay, let me just begin here to address Senator McDougal's concerns that the map drawers didn't provide this in a timely manner, so I'm sorry that this didn't happen in a timely manner, but I believe that this plan will address what Senator McDougal's concerns were, generally speaking, regarding the Hampton Roads area and not crossing the James. So in the previous version, it was Newport News, and then it crossed the James in here, and it took part of Norfolk. So in this version, Hampton is whole. We're looking at District 19. Hampton is entirely together, as Senator Locke suggested, and then a portion of Newport News. So that's District 19, and that is, as we discussed previously, that's a majority African American district, 51.5%. And then also in the southern Hampton Roads, I'll just highlight here District 20, and that's primarily Norfolk in part of Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, and Senator Spruill is in that district. And that's 50.4 African American voting age population. District 24 is all of the city of Portsmouth and the Camelot area of Chesapeake, as well as the western branch and the downtown area of the city of Suffolk. That's District 24. Senator Lucas is in that seat, and it's 50.1% African American voting age population. Rounding out southern Hampton Roads, we have the Eastern Shore, a portion of Virginia Beach, and a portion of Norfolk. That's District 21. And that's 38.9% minority overall. District 22 is entirely within Virginia Beach. District 23 is portions of Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, and that's 40% minority. Then I have District 18. It's the whole jurisdictions of Poquoson City, York, and Williamsburg. Senator Mason's in that district. And it's the balance of Newport News. So that District 18 as drawn is 43% minority. So just coming out of this area, this I think addresses what Senator McDougal I think was looking for, which is not to cross the water. And then there's a reconfiguration of the counties here. And in this case, it's James City, Gloucester, Matthews, Essex, Lancaster, and then you have King and Queen, and then New Kent. It does not go as far north as some other plans. So this is Senator Norman is in that district. Senator McDougal is in the district, which is all of Hanover, Caroline, Westmoreland, Essex. And then it has a small portion here of Henrico for population. Basically, we had to rotate the population around through Richmond. So that resulted in a change here in this District 25. So this District 25 has Suffolk and a portion of Chesapeake, and then it goes up to Dinwiddie, Emporia, Greensville, Southampton, Sussex, Surrey, and a portion of Prince George. Going into the Richmond area, let me point out here in the Richmond area that in drawing this map, I did not make changes here, that this was a specific direction, that this was a compromise of sorts, where the two majority African American districts, 26 and 27, were taken from the Democratic map drawer, and then the districts 28 and 29 were taken from the map that I had previously shown, and the District 30 originally was kind of a combination. But in changing this, I moved Powhatan and Goochland into that district where previously they were not in that configuration. Amelia is with Chesterfield, and then the Richmond seats, District 26 and 27 are majority African American. District 26 is 50.3% voting age African American. District 27 is 52.2%. And I left District 28. Again, it was previously a compromise position, and that district, as currently drawn, is 33.7% minority. And District 30 is 32% minority. That's the Richmond area. And then we discussed the districts out west and the south side. So this district here, it does include Cumberland County, and it goes to Campbell, Brunswick, Nottoway, Prince Edward. And then in the Charlottesville area, Albemarle, Charlottesville, Fluvanna, Buckingham, and Nelson. Previous versions had Nelson going across the mountain. And then in Northern Virginia, we have Rockingham split with Harrisonburg going to the Augusta district. And then to the north, it's Winchester down to the northern part of Rockingham. The district that Senator Vogel is in, Holtzman Vogel, is in Fauquier County. It has Culpeper, Madison, and Greene. And then just to round out the southwest, in this area, we have Roanoke City, Roanoke County together. We've previously talked about a district that's Blacksburg, Botetourt, the Allegheny Bench, Covington, and Southwest. We have the district here from Washington to Lee County. And then you have the next District 39. It's Tazewell to Grayson, Galax, and Patrick counties, including Floyd. We have Lynchburg and Bedford with Amherst and Rockbridge, covered all this. In this area, District 14 is a whole jurisdiction. Senator Stewart is in that district, and as that district is drawn, it is 40% minority. And then in Northern Virginia, starting with District 1 quickly, not many changes in this area. The Arlington district is 39% minority. District 2 is 50.8% minority total. District 3, which is it's Falls Church to Annandale and over to Burke. Senator Marston is in that district, is 57% minority. District 4 is Reston and Langley and McLean. That's 36% total minority. District 5 is Herndon, and that's Senator Boysko's area, and it goes from Herndon down to Centerville and Chantilly, and that district is 57.9% minority. It is also 30% Asian. District 7, which has Senator Barker in this district, and it's 50.6% total minority combined population. It's Franconia out to Clifton. District 8, which has Senator Surville, is the High Blue Valley down to the Woodbridge area. That is 64% minority. District 9 is Manassas Park and Neabsco Dale City area. As drawn, that's 62% minority. District 10 is the balance of Prince William County, and that is 47.7% minority. And then rounding out the last few districts here, District 11 in Loudoun County is 53.9% minority. As drawn, District 11 is 25.8% Asian. And then the last district here is District 12, which is Leesburg and Purcellville and the Stone Ridge and Clark County, and that's District 12. And then I think we talked about it. So that covers all the districts. And again, with deference to Senator McDougal, I think I tried to address his concerns in that area, generally speaking. And then the last thing, I think I may have skipped District 18 is 43% minority, Poquoson, York, and Williamsburg, and Newport News.
Thank you. Are there questions for John on this version of the map?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
And I want to know if both groups of individuals agree that this map has 5 minority districts being above 50% and 7 coalition districts which would be defined as a majority of minorities in the district. Does everybody think that's accurate?
I don't know. Mr. Tyson, if you want to give a summary again.
I can, Madam Chair, and I think there may be a little bit of difference here. I think we're up to 9 in terms of the coalition districts, but I'll just walk through each area. So in terms of the Richmond area, there are 3 majority AP Black VAP districts. District 27 at 52.2, District 26 at 50.33, District 24 at 50.08. So that would be in Richmond area.
That 24 is Hampton Roads.
Oh, I got it off again. I'm so sorry about that. Hold on a second. Let me try to resort this one more time and see if I can get it the right direction this time. Okay. All right, so continuing with Hampton Roads, since I was already there, there are a total of 3 majority AP Black districts. District 24 at 50.08, District 20 at 50.43, and District 19 at 51.47. Also in Hampton Roads, this is kind of one of our first definitional pieces. There's one district that is 43% total minority, which would be in our coalition definition category, but that's District 18. And then districts 23 and 25 are at 39.8 and 39.5 respectively. So again, since we're kind of picking the number, those would round up to 40. I don't know if the commission wants to consider those or not. Going to Northern Virginia, we have 7 coalition districts under this definition. That would be District 8 at 64.4, District 9 at 62.2, District 5 at 57.9, District 3 at 56.9, District 11 at 53.89, District 2 at 50.77, and District 7 at 50.60. And District 14, okay, then I have in the categories then of districts that are in the coalition district range in Northern Virginia. Those are District 10 at 47.67, District 6 at 45.33, and then District 14 also is 39.9. It would round up to 40% if we wanted to use it that way for the commission. So just for our counts then, we have 5 majority AP Black districts. We have, 7 that are coalition under this definition, and then if we're going to round up on our 39.9 districts, that would be 6 that fall into the opportunity district range.
And if we hold it tight at 40%, how many is that?
If we hold it tight at 40%, then the total would be 3 in that category.
Thanks. Dr. Creighton.
I think it's important to be consistent, as the commission has asked about comparing apples to apples. And it seems that there's some differences about the percentages of minorities that will qualify as an opportunity district. I think also relevant here is what's considered an effective opportunity district. And I think as we're looking at that, it's important to see how this analysis plays out. And not every opportunity district in this map or our map qualifies, as we would describe it, as an effective opportunity district because there isn't sufficient evidence to establish that the preferred candidate would win. And I think it would be important for especially those additional districts that Mr. Tyson would want to bump up into this other category. If you're going to consider that, you should also consider effectiveness. And that in part requires you to look at past elections. So I'd like us to think about that in context, not just in terms of what counts as the percentage of people in a district, but how the voting behavior in that district does or doesn't reflect secured equal opportunity for candidates to be elected that reflect the choices that minorities prefer.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before we get to an extended back and forth between the attorneys again, I just want to be really clear about the motion. The motion is a starting point, and I want to be really clear for people watching in the public too, that we're not voting for more or fewer. This isn't a decision about who's got more right now or who's got less right now or which district tends to favor minorities more now or whatever. That's not what we're doing. I just want to be really clear about that too. Because I don't want somebody to say, well, Simon moved a map that had 3 fewer opportunity districts than the other one, and so he's obviously trying to, I'm not doing, there's nothing like that happening yet. We may end up at the end of the process with a different number of minority or opportunity districts on the map that's finished. This is only about where we start. And so I just, again, I don't know that we have to get too much into the weeds on that yet. I think before we finish a map, we'll need to get there. But I just want people to be clear. We're not picking favorites or trying to get to a specific target, a quota, or number that we're looking for. So thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So,
Madam
yeah.
Chairman, I did have a question
Yes.
and this is directed to Senator Barker. Senator Barker, did you do your same political analysis on this A5 that you had done on the B5?
I've not finished it. I'm in the process of doing it right now. It actually, I think that some of the effects of changes that were between B4 and B5 would also compare, would be different in the A5 and the B5. And for example, the districts 23 and 30, which were shifted from Democratic leaning to Republican leaning, that those would be, are incorporated, we're still Republican leaning in the A5 map, so there. So that would be a difference as it relates to the partisan fairness on things, so.
Okay. All right. If there are no other questions, then Meg, will you call the
Madam
roll?
Chairman, I'm going to make a
Yes.
substitute motion. And the substitute motion is that we work on the Senate maps. It seems pretty clear that most of the state is similar. Right. Senator Barker has done a pretty clear political analysis talking about where the Senate maps are. It seems to me we can go through Hampton Roads and have a conversation about which direction we like with the differences and work our way up the peninsula to get there to Northern Virginia, and that we don't have to pick. So, Madam Chairman, from that perspective, I am happy to make a substitute motion in one or two directions, that we either try to work the two maps together or to go in a different direction from the starting point. But I think it should be collaborative. It does not feel terribly collaborative to have the map that was made available to the commission and the public this morning to be the starting point.
Yes, Mr. Brinio.
I'm not going to pretend I know parliamentary procedure, but I say we have Senator McDougal's vote, and then we have our vote. And then we just, well, the cards lie where they lie. Because, again, none of this seems collaborative. It's actually the opposite. We have two sets of lawyers, two sets of map drawers, two sets of maps. So at some point, we've got to make an attempt. It's already almost 2 o'clock on Friday. I mean, we're running out of time. So I think we just have a vote.
Second the substitute motion.
Okay.
Okay, let's vote, please. I don't even know what we're voting on either. Can you restate it, Senator McDougal, please?
Madam Chairman, I was trying to take the effort to be collaborative, and I know Mr. Brinio is very focused on time. I have a 10-year-old who wants my time, and I would love to be with her, but I'm here with y'all, and am committed to doing that throughout the weekend.
I think we all are. Can you just please restate your motion, please, Senator Mogul? Just please restate your motion so that we can take a vote. You made the substitute motion, just please repeat it.
I'll move that we use A5 as the starting point for the Senate map, since that's the version that was presented to the public.
And I think Mr. Harrell seconded, okay. Delegate McQuinn.
Madam Chair, and
Yes.
again, parliamentary procedure. There's a motion that was on the table, so there was a amendment. Is it amendment, a second?
It's a substitute
A
motion.
substitute motion. So if this one is voted down, then we
Or
go
it will
back
be-
to the original motion. Now, what did the original motion say? Because Senator McDougal is talking about one map, but your motion had two maps in it, right? Didn't you say except one and then?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Delegate Simon. So in the spirit of compromise and giving and getting, my motion originally was that we, as a starting place, not a finishing place, we start with the Republican map drawers. I'll say it that way. I'll stop saying A, right? Let's just be, I'll start with the Republican draft of the House. We use the Democratic map drawers version of the Senate to start. Obviously, we can pull elements of one to the other, and we can look at what we like about certain regions and build it from there. But that was what was the sense of compromise. The substitute motion, as I understand it, takes no position on the House map, but is essentially, let's do both Republican map drawers maps as the starting point. And so I would urge people to oppose the substitute motion.
Okay, that's where we are.
The motion is to use the Republican map for the Senate as the starting point. Mr. Brenio.
No.
Mr. Hutchins.
No.
Mr. Kumar.
No.
Mr. Feliciano.
Yes.
Mrs. Tross Thornton.
Yes.
Mr. Harrell.
Yes.
Delegate Adams.
Yes.
Senator McDougal.
Yes.
Delegate Ranson.
Yes.
Senator Stanley.
Yes.
Senator Barker.
No.
Senator Locke. No. Delegate McQuinn.
No.
Delegate Simon.
No.
Madam Co-Chair Babichenko.
Yes.
Madam Co-Chair Harris.
No.
It's an 8-8 split.
What does that mean?
So that motion fails.
Okay, so now can we have the vote for Delegate Simon's recommendation of a Republican House map as a starting point and the Democratic Senate map as a starting point? Thank you.
So to use A7 House map, which is the Republican map, and then B5 Senate map as the starting point.
Yes.
Starting point.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Brenio.
Well,
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Point of order, I just question on this. You're saying that this motion is going to couple them again?
No, this is to use the House map Republican, Senate map Democrat. It's a separate motion.
As a starting point.
And Madam Chair.
Yes, Delegate McQuinn.
Madam Chair, and I just want to reiterate in case we are not hearing that this is a starting point. So we get down the road a little bit further down the road and decide we don't want to use either of the maps, then I guess we could decide that we are going to throw them out the window. But it is a starting point. It is to begin the process to get us beyond this impasse that we seem to have been on since last week. So I would encourage my colleagues to certainly support this. It seemed to be a balanced process that's in place right now, and then engage however you desire. But for God's sake and peace sake, and for the Commonwealth of Virginia, let's start moving this thing down the road. We cannot keep playing these games. And I apologize if anyone is offended by what I said, but it seemed to be more serious. People outside are more serious than those of us who are sitting around this table. And we have got to stop it. This is not about us. It is about the Commonwealth of Virginia and the people who live in Commonwealth, Virginia. Some rich, some poor, some black, white, Hispanic, Asian, you name it. People of every walk of life. We have got to get beyond this.
Would you
Madam
please
Chairman.
call the vote?
Madam Chairman.
Will you please call the vote, ma'am?
Madam Chairman,
Will you please
speaking to the
call,
motion.
will you please call the vote? please.
Madam Chair, can we take a recess for just a couple minutes? Just calm
No,
down before we...
I would like to call the vote.
Mr.
Please.
Abrenio,
Yes.
Mr. Hutchins,
Yes.
Mr. Kumar,
Yes.
Mr. Feliciano. No. Mrs. Tross Thornton,
No.
Mr. Harrell,
No.
Delegate Adams,
No.
Senator McDougal,
No.
Delegate Ranson. No. Senator Stanley,
No.
Senator Barker. Yes. Senator Locke. Yes. Delegate McQuinn. Yes. Delegate Simon.
Yes.
Madam Co-Chair Babichenko.
No.
Madam Co-Chair Harris.
Yes.
Votes 8-8, the motion fails.
Okay. Well, I think we're at a point, since I have the mic here, is that we're at an impasse. And I think what voters wanted at the very beginning of this process was this to not be a partisan situation, but it is. And honestly, I'll give kudos to both map drawers. Again, I'll reiterate that the maps presented from either side do a better job than the current maps that are here. But at this point, I really don't see the need for us to continue. We gave it a shot as a commission. We tried to come together. It's a very complicated process, lots of different competing criteria, but I would almost say that we're done, that we've taken it as far as we can. We tried to lift up fairness. We tried to recognize that Virginia is growing, which is a very good thing, and growing primarily in communities of color, and to ensure that their voice was counted and valued in a state that hasn't always done that. But I think partisanship sort of seeped into the spirit of this commission and by the structure and the way the General Assembly put it together. And if I had any recommendations for the next go-round, for the 2030 census, that we not have elected officials on a commission to do this work, that every commissioner that has to be on here, maybe it's split, having Republicans and Democrats, but we probably need an odd number of independents so that we can break votes. And I do believe that every commissioner needs to be required to take a history class to fully understand the racial background of this state and to know why so many of us have been fighting so hard to lift up communities of color so that their voice would be heard. But unless anyone else has something else to say, I think our work is done. And what a shame it is. Senator Barker.
I'm not ready to give up at this point.
Yeah,
And
I don't
I
see.
think we need to move forward, and what I would propose now is a motion that we start with the Senate maps, and we go district by district through each of the two maps. A lot of them are most of them are the same, or very similar. And I think we can get through that, and once we do that, then we can move on to the House map and figure out sort of what's the best way to do that. But I think it is solvable.
Madam Chair.
And we have a second.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Senator Stanley.
Yep, Senator Stanley.
Madam Chair, I want to thank you first and foremost for your passion, both of you. I want to thank everybody on this commission for their passion. You know, in 11 years, I've sat in a Senate that has been 21-19 one way or the other, flipped back and forth. The one thing that body can do and has done, and I think Senator Locke would agree with me, and Senator Barker would too, is that we would reach impasses. But we never gave in and we never gave up. We kept moving forward, and we eventually got somewhere. And so I know for those that may not be elected officials, this seems like a hamster wheel. This seems very frustrating. And it is not lost on us, even if we had voted no for the current motion or yes for the substitute motion, that we want to make Virginia better and greater, understanding our history, understanding that regions are different from each other, but we as human beings are all the same. We all have different things in our lives that matter more. We all have things in our lives that are higher priorities. We all have things in our lives which we'd rather be doing than this, but we have been tasked with this. And for one, I'm not someone that just throws in the towel and gives up because we can't reach a consensus at this point in time. I don't think that's what we were thinking when we passed the legislation, when the voters voted on it, and when it became a part of our Constitution, that there was some kind of, in case of emergency, break glass and pull lever, and we all go home and we forget what our charge duties are. You know, I'm reminded that when they pick a pope, there's a lot of tie votes before they get to the white smoke. But they don't give up. I still believe that this commission has the capability of doing what it's supposed to do, to give the legislature a shot. And if we were able to pass out a map here and we gave the legislature a shot and they shot it down, would we throw in the towel now at that point? I would say not. We'd come right back because that's our obligation. I understand, Madam Chair. I understand every single citizen here who has been affected by being here, giving of their time, giving their passion, fighting for their positions, fighting for their areas. All the credit in the world. That's what you get. But ultimately, we've got to do something. It may not seem like progress, but there is progress. It may not feel that you'll never break the tie, but I bet you will if you stick to it. Even my friend, Delegate Simon, is shaking his head. Because you know what? Senator Locke and I are we're on the opposite positions on almost every issue in the Senate, but I love her to death. She won't admit that she loves me back, but I know she does. Maybe. I'll take a maybe. Barker and I sponsor legislation to get it across the line. We can do the same thing here on this commission. Don't give up. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your time. Pardon me for the indulgence.
Mr. Kumar?
Madam Chair, I don't know what that speech was just inconsistent from Senator Stanley with what we're seeing. There have been no votes or real attempts to compromise, and I'm not ready to throw in the towel either, but let's not kid ourselves as to what's happening here. This is very partisan, and what we've just seen is all the Democrats on this body voted to try to start with one map from each side as a starting point, and we saw a party line, Republicans in order, not vote for any willingness to do that. And so it's one thing to give a speech about how things can work, but we do have limited time. We've all put a lot of time in this. I don't want this to fail. I know a lot of us don't. Some people on here might. But I'm sorry, but that speech was inconsistent with what we've seen. There's not been a willingness to really try to even start with a mutual starting point for compromise. And so I'm not ready to throw in the towel, but I also don't see the way forward. So that speech didn't give us one. And I'm asking if someone has one. It sounds like maybe Senator Barker. I'm willing to hear it, but it's quite disappointing.
All right, Mr. Harrell.
Madam Chair, I think there have been too many allegations of bad faith here. I would support Senator Barker's approach to try to see if we can get somewhere with the Senate, because everything I've heard, even though Senator Barker's got his partisan favorite, and I've got mine, I've found him to be a very reasonable, approachable person. And I've never met him before I came on this body. But I think we would all do further, because some of us who are accused of being partisan simply do not want the process to be slanted. So I'm willing to go forward with Senator Barker's selection and proposition and try to deal with the Senate map one grape at a time.
Ms. Sebranio.
There's a lot of ways I define myself. Man, part Asian, Democrat, but I'm a lawyer first. And this statement is to the Supreme Court of Virginia, because I really have my concerns about the desires to really actually act collaboratively here. We've made an effort on my side of the aisle to get one map drawer, to get one set of attorneys, to get Moon Duchin and the Princeton gerrymandering project, the University of Richmond to get involved in this. Against my own instincts, today we offered to have one Republican map and one Democratic map because we are running out of time. And it was voted against on party lines. My biggest concern about this amendment was the politicization of our courts. And I'm concerned that part of the motivation is, well, the Democrats have the majority. We'd rather see it drawn by the Supreme Court of Virginia because there is a feeling that there is a political conservative slant by our justices. And this is the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about, but I'm talking to you, the justices, because I have respect for our courts, for our rule of law. I just hope that you look at the record in this case, which it is, and do what's best for Virginia. I can tell you my intent, number one, was to protect the voting rights of minorities. Yes, I'm a Democrat, and yes, it's hard to not say that I'm a biased person. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm inhuman. But I just hope the courts understand what's happening here, and I hope that they understand that they have a duty that we failed to complete. We can sit here and talk about efforts of collaboration and have articulate speeches and all that stuff. I'm not a politician. I never want to be one, to be honest, based on all this. I never want to be involved in this again because this is not right. And, to all the groups out there that put the effort in, for all the activists that put their effort in, I'm sorry to you all that I couldn't get the job done. I've sat in a courtroom having lost a trial and had to look at my client in the eye and think, could I have done something better? And I lay awake and sleep at night. You never remember the victories. You always remember the losses. This is a loss for me. So we could sit here and waste another 2 days, but if we can't even get to the point where we can compromise on one Republican map and one Democratic map, what else are we supposed to do? So I just hope the Supreme Court is listening, they're reading, and they understand what's happening here.
Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I still feel optimistic in terms of we can get this done. And I would say that the best thing and the easiest thing to do is to start with the Senate map because there are fewer districts. I think there are fewer conflicts that may be there. I don't know all the details of 100 House districts, so it's a little easier for me to deal with 40 Senate districts. I feel confident that if we take the approach that I've suggested with my motion of looking at both map drawers' maps as we go through the districts, I think there probably are no more than about 5 or 6 districts that we're really going to have any substantive discussion on. And 3 or 4 of those are ones that we've already talked about today. I think it is solvable, and I think that in the end we can come up with a fair, balanced map that both parties and both citizens and legislators and people from throughout the Commonwealth can get behind and support.
And so, Senator Barker, my question to you is, and then what's the starting point for the House?
I haven't gotten to the starting point for the House.
No, well, I mean, but look, it's not an either or. It's both or nothing.
Yeah.
And so at this point, if we're gonna, do a kumbaya, down the Senate road, that's fine. And then what's the starting point for the House? Because I don't want to vote on a combination or negotiation on a Senate map without knowing where the starting point is for the House map.
I have not proposed one. I'm not as knowledgeable on the House maps as I am on the Senate maps. So I would defer to people who maybe have a particular viewpoint on that. And, they could make an amendment to the motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Delegate Simon.
speaking to the motion briefly. Yeah, I'm inclined to follow the lead of the citizens on the commission, and I share a lot of your frustration. And I have a great deal of respect and admiration for Senator Barker, and I know that he is probably the primary architect of this commission, and I'm sure that he very much believes and wants for this to be successful. What I'm hearing from the citizens commissioners is that, at the end of this process, we have to get to a super majority, right? I mean, we haven't been able to break 8 votes on any of these substantive issues. We have to get to a super majority that includes basically unanimity from the legislators, right? Because that's actually how it's set out. I know it says any two can block it, but I can't imagine a scenario where 2 members of the same caucus, split ranks. So we need to get to a point where we get 100% unanimity from the legislators, and we get 2/3 of each set of citizens. And what I'm hearing from the citizens is we have had, other than Senator Stanley's speech, no indication that there's any room for compromise. And what I fear is that we're being slow walked here down a primrose path that's going to get us to nowhere. And I know that Mr. Herbert would like me to impute motives to everybody, but I'm just telling you how it feels to me and how it looks. And that we're going to get there and get there and get there. And there's been literally zero movement in our direction. So I don't see how we ever get there. So I'll defer to whatever the folks want. I prefer we adjourn and come back when we know what we're going to do.
Madam Chairman.
Senator Kumar, and then Delegate,
Yes,
Senator
please don't call me a
McDougal.
senator. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Sean Kumar. I'm willing to take a recess, and obviously we can't talk in groups smaller than 2, but we can try to cool off and see where people are. But I'm inclined to agree with Delegate Simon. I mean, this is a process that is about fairness and fair maps. There's not going to be perfect maps. Some will say they won't even be good maps, but we want better maps and fair maps. And what we've seen is a fundamental lack of fairness of how this is going. And so there's been no inclination or show of goodwill that leads me to believe that there's light at the end of this tunnel based on the other side of the aisle.
Senator McDougal.
Madam Chairman, just, listening to this part of the conversation bothers me. Talk about fairness, and we see a map today that's the starting point when we've had others out there. The solution that I have articulated from the beginning is not to have votes whenever possible to work out solutions. And some of you disagree with that. I get it. But I know in the Senate, oftentimes it takes conversation and working down through processes to come to solutions. When we're looking at the maps, and I clearly articulated, the prior version from both the Republican and Democrat, I thought were bad. Both new versions make some steps forward, and it's hard for me to do the analysis when we get them while we're in the middle of the meeting and listening to the conversation. But it seems to me that the ball is moved forward, that if we start having conversations about where those differences are, I think as Senator Barker said, there's probably a half a dozen or so places where we would have to make decisions and come to resolution on the Senate side. So I don't understand how the spirit of compromise and working together is not looking at what those differences are, talking about those differences, and trying to come to a resolution on them. So from my perspective, when you talk about fairness and opportunity, it's to go through that and have conversations and make that happen. And I realize everybody might not agree, and I know that others handle things very differently, but we all are trying to work to a solution. And as I listen to comments out there about the process and the ways, and I hear people articulate, oh, we should be listening to this group that's funded by Democrats, and then say, oh, you're criticized for not saying that that's fair. Sounds to me like the deck is stacked. But when we're working toward this, we have opportunities to go down through on the Senate side and come up with a solution. And I think the Senate members, at least Senator Barker, I don't know what Senator Locke thinks yet. I think she's going to tell us because I saw her hand raised. but I think we can continue to have conversations and try to come up with a resolution. And that's what I'm willing to stay here and do.
Mr. Kumar and then Senator Lott.
I mean, in response to Senator McDougal, he talks about compromise. That's exactly what the motion from, I believe it was Delegate Simon was let's compromise by picking one map from each side as a starting point for additional compromise. So to say it's our way or the highway on everything and then we'll compromise kind of encapsulates the spirit of what we've been seeing. And so I take exception to what was just said because it's not what we're seeing happening here.
Senator Lott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly understand your frustration, and you've been a wonderful chair, and I thank you for all that you've put in to this process. I started down this road quite some time ago with trying to come to having a commission address redistricting and putting in legislation with Senator Hanger in a bipartisan way, was trying to help us get away from gerrymandered districts, to get to fair maps. And I think we abandoned our own opportunity to do that from the very beginning. And Mr. Abrino has been right in his remarks. When this commission could not even come to a decision on map drawers, couldn't come to a decision on attorneys. So when you can't even make a decision about that, why are you surprised when you're at this point in the discussion? Why does it surprise you? You know, that you come down to 8 votes and those 8 votes are partisan. Why are we surprised? You know, that we have gotten to this point and we've gotten to this stalemate. And we can't now start talking about, let's hold out the hand of friendship and kumbaya, you know, when we couldn't get to that point at the very beginning. And that every single discussion that we've had in every single meeting has been a partisan discussion. Every single discussion. And people can't understand why those of us who sit on this commission as African Americans have to battle about why that's important to have in these discussions. And the demographics of this state in certain regions have changed, but it's a battle to have the discussion. You know, I'm willing to sit here and talk about how we can try to come to some terms and try to work this out, but quite frankly, I don't see it. I don't see it. You know, because some people will say, okay, let's try to work it out, let's try to work it out. We had it worked out. With the motion that Delegate Simon gave, with a Republican map and a Senate map, that was one Republican map, a Democratic map. How more bipartisan can you get than that? But we couldn't even agree to that. You know, and quite frankly, I am sitting here very frustrated, very disappointed, because we couldn't even agree on something as simple as that. That's because we abnegated our responsibilities from the beginning.
Mr. Feliciano.
Madam Chair, I for one am not ready to give up. I didn't come here to quit. No one said this was going to be easy. No one said this was going to be a snap of the fingers. I don't necessarily dislike the map that we voted down. My problem with that map is that we got that map today. As last I checked, there were no public comments on that map. So we're going to pick a map that came out today with no public comments. I mean, I'm not saying I dislike that map. I'm just saying I had a hard time voting for that map for that reason. That's me.
So I think I'd like to take a recess, and then for, let's see, it's 5 after, so maybe for 15 minutes, people can think through things, and then we can come back and see if there is a path forward or not. and we decide one way or the other. And I know that we have to make a call now on whether or not we're ordering dinner. That would be here at 6. So,
Madam Chair,
yes, Delegate McQuinn.
would it be a complete injustice to the process, I mean, being that we are at this point anyway, for us to just call it the day and come back?
So,
I don't know in terms of, I'm just, this.
Ms. Lamb, yes.
Madam Co-Chair, I'm hearing the concern about the B5 map having just been posted today. I wonder if anyone on the other side of the issue would be opposed to the B4 map as the starting point, if that would help us move in a direction. Or if B4 isn't good
Mr.
either.
Kumar?
Madam Chair, maybe assuming that, given all the work that we've done, I trust that both sets of counsel and both map jars are trying to do things that will move us towards compromise and not away from it. So I think that is probably the reason why B5, I would hope, even though none of us have really had the time to go through it, which I understand, perhaps we use the recess to have Republican counsel and Republican members of the commission see how they feel about that, or what Meg proposed and going back to the other one. But, maybe that is our way forward, is if people are able to get some comfort with one of those two maps.
Okay, so let's be back in about 15 minutes. Noodle on whether or not B4, B5.
3 would be a meeting.
We would like to start the meeting, but we don't have all of the members back yet. So we'll just wait.
Sitting out there and denying us a quorum, how does that get us closer to working together? Not enough, not with enough people to make it work. This is just going to harden some of us in our position doing it this way and being petulant and not bringing our people back in here, denying the chair a quorum is so disrespectful. I don't know how we get past that. You can deliver that.
I will deliver it to the Democrat and Republican who are talking.
You know, if we have a quorum right now, is it possible to move to adjourn until such time that the two co-chairs bring everyone back together? Is it possible to get a motion for that?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't know if we have a motion before us, but I think the motion to adjourn would be the superior motion in every case. And so at your request, I would move that the commission adjourn to reconvene upon the mutual call of the co-chairs.
Second.
No discussion.
Ms. Lamb, would you please call the motion?
Madam Chair, speaking to the motion.
Motion to adjourn is not debatable. Point of order.
Would you please call the motion, Ms. Lamb?
Mr. Abrenio,
Yes.
Mr. Hutchins,
Yes.
Mr. Kumar,
No.
Mr. Feliciano,
No.
Mrs. Tross Thornton,
No.
Mr. Harrell,
No.
Delegate Adams,
No.
Senator McDougal, Delegate Ranson,
No.
Senator Stanley,
No.
Senator Barker, Senator Locke, Delegate McQuinn, Delegate Simon,
Yes.
Madam Co-Chair Babichenko,
No.
Madam Co-Chair Harris.
Yes.
The motion fails 6-10.
Okay. I have worked in community development, and for those of you who don't understand what that is, it's working in mostly communities of color that have been the victims of discriminatory practices that have been going on for a long time. The whole motivation for why I wanted to be on this commission. And really working on transforming communities, you have to build trust. And you have to believe that people sitting across the table from you are sincere in their shared desire to make a positive difference. And at this point, I am prayerful that justices, because our whole infrastructure of fairness is based on the rule of law, hasn't always been fair for all people, but I am appealing to the justices of the Supreme Court of Virginia to take the principles that we discussed at the beginning of this process, the criteria that we did agree to but didn't fully execute, to look at the law, not only at the federal level, but at the state level, and lift up fairness in whatever you do to draw maps. At this point, I don't feel as though all members on the commission are sincere in their willingness to compromise and to create fair maps for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so at that point, if I can't believe that the people that I'm supposed to work with are true and sincere. Regrettably, I am done. So thank you very much for the opportunity to serve, but I will remove myself from the commission at this point.
Madam Chairman, I guess this is a parliamentary question. Now, I think 3 citizen individuals have walked out of the room, and we had 1 citizen that was via electronic. So does that mean we have no quorum at this point?
We've lost quorum, yes, sir.
So to clarify, after we were accused of not coming in for quorum purposes, we've now broken quorum. Is that?
There is no quorum present in this room.
Got it.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, so just to understand procedurally, and I don't know if Amigo's in here or Meg, that means when that quorum was broken, that was the act of adjourning the meeting because we can't do anything else. Is that right?
I think that's a very...
Can't do anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, point of order, parliamentary order. So we can't even sit here and have discussions about moving forward or finding compromise. That's what that just stopped.
There is the language in the budget that if you guys are just receiving information, we don't have to have a physical quorum present to do that.
Does receiving parliamentary inquiry, Madam Co-Chair, does receiving information include talking to each other right here, right now?
I think if you're not doing the business, this is such an uncomfortable position to be in right now. I apologize.
Senator Stanley, I think Senator Locke is the rules chairman currently, so she might. So she might talk about, but I don't think you can make a motion. I don't think you can have conversation. I don't think that you can do anything that's of action without a quorum.
So Senator Locke, if I can ask you a question then, because you know everything. I mean, you're the smartest person in the room. So that means that by them getting up and walking out, they basically have paralyzed this committee from actually coming to a consensus or an agreement by compromise that might have possibly not just been in the works, but close to being worked out. Is that true?
I think we were able to have conversations in groups of 2.
There can be no action taken by this commission. That is correct.
Correct.
Madam Chair, is it, and just following up, I guess I need to ask Senator Locke a question. You said no action. Is it, and I'm just not sure. I was under the impression no business could take place, period.
Well, if you're discussing,
If you don't have.
if you're discussing the work of the commission, that's business.
Right.
Madam Co-Chair,
Yes, Mr. Kumar.
I think what we're hearing is this effectively adjourns the meeting.
Correct.
Yes. Madam Co-Chair, question.
I think we can talk in groups of 2 since it's been adjourned.
But
I'd like to ask a question.
the issue.
We're still live.
The
Okay.
issue is, can you call a meeting, whether it's tomorrow or Monday, to see where we can go from here?
As the only chair, I likely can call a meeting. Whether we will have a quorum at that time that remains to be seen.
Right.
So,
I mean, for example, if Ms. Frost Thornton, who was not here in person today.
If Ms. Frost Thornton can come tomorrow,
Then
we
if she
would
could come tomorrow,
have a quorum, I believe.
Then we would be able to get a quorum.
I'm still on. There may be a possibility of that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.